What's happening, everybody? It's me. God, how the fuck do you guys do? How the fuck do you guys do this? And you don't say anything. Do you guys really not feel what I feel? Are you guys really not experiencing what I'm experiencing? Or are you a bunch of bullshitters? You can be honest with me. I think you're a bunch of bullshitters. I think you know even more than I talk about because I'm figuring things out every day. And I've been through a lot and I've seen a lot and I know a lot, but I'm always figuring out new stuff every day. There's always a new surprise on what they can do out here. You know, like get it all of a sudden I say, can I get a red car right to left, please, if I shouldn't go down here to the hotel? And then a red car, and I'm like, fuck, please, okay, I'm sorry. You know, I always ask for two. Can you get me a blue truck right to left if I should go? And then I get a blue truck immediately. And I'm like, okay, I do that for, sometimes I'll do that for a half hour, asking the universe to give me cars of a certain color to help me with what my decision should be, and then immediately getting the cars that I ask for. It's always red or blue. I don't ask for anything other than red or blue. I don't say, like, can I get a green car going perpendicular, upside down, do a cartwheel, and go that way. I say, okay, I'm seeing a lot of different color cars. Can you please give me a blue truck right to left if I should stay in Hyde Park and then go back up to Johnson, defy the police that were doing the creepy stare with the tongue out, trying to divert me from my path and send me all the way back right before new moon. If I should defy these guys who were impatient and kind of whiny, but helpful. And one guy was very helpful. He's a cool dude. And he actually took my report about what Audette did. And I get the truck immediately. And then red car, they're like, okay, can you give me two cars? And then three red cars all show up going in the direction to go down here and stay in Berlin. So I was like sat there. It took me like an hour and a half. And I'm like, okay, last time I promise I'm going to ask. It could be a red car or a blue car. I don't care what you do. I don't care how, because I try to accommodate them. I'm like, maybe this is difficult what they're doing. I don't even know how to describe what this is other than I'm probably got on a VR headset and I'm operating a meat suit and I'm some alien in a pod somewhere. Or I saw maybe that was an ancestor. I saw some figure. So the electromagnetic spectrum, which is just a bunch, it's like the internet. It's like a bandwidth. So like the next form of screens. It was just like a bunch of particles that my mind was able to perceive. Or it was maybe if somebody else is in the room, they would also be able to see what I just saw. But for whatever reason, it's like there's a blip and then the cells get high vibration, and then I see an image or I feel a vibration. I think everybody can do that. I don't think it's just me, but I also have dedicated years to this, like decades to this. I've spent decades in isolation. So it's like forging a sword. What do you want? What you want? I'm good. You talking to me? Yeah, they would have knocked. Ain't nobody knock on anybody's door. They just walk down and say, "You okay?" Why is there a weasel? So okay, there's a weasel over here just sitting there hovering. He might be watching. But I saw a war bonnet. I saw when I was like, maybe I'm an alien in a spaceship somewhere. I saw it looked like a skinny version of me with dark skin, like I would assume malnourished, but maybe that's just how people looked back in the day. And it was wearing a red and white war bonnet, not the big long one that the Chiefs wear that go down to the feet, but the war bonnet that they put up to the top. That's why I grew my hair out, because I've done a very simplified version of what it takes to be a war chief. I've led an army to battle. I've led multiple armies to battle where I'm in a house with a bunch of kids and we're trapped in the matrix, and I have to get them all working out, and I have to get them working hard. I have to get them inspired. I have to get them to break out of their generational curses and trauma. We're in a program that's abusing us, and I had to lead us to victory and got them out and got them jobs and got them girlfriends and got them gym memberships and got them buff, and now they're managers. I've also had to be on the street where there are people with hatchets and machetes, and I'm in a tent, and they have guns, hatchets, and machetes, and they want things that I have. And I have a group of kids that are in a homeless shelter where they're bringing they. I'm in Vermont. They brought in the drag queens. They brought in the gay people. They were taking advantage of these kids, and it was, for us personally, it really felt like they were trying to infect us with something spiritually. So I stayed down, and every night, because they were waking up every morning, the kids would say that they felt drained and empty and lifeless, and they would be angry and aggressive, regardless of, they all had the same names of very important motifs in my narrative of my life. They were still there and they were still kids. So I'm always going to assume that they're real, even if it's like pretty obvious. All the kids had the most important names that have been floating around in my head, like the stuff that I ruminate and obsess about, these past characters of the past 10 years. And then in my elemental year of this, on my year, the Chinese Zodiac, when the cycle came back through, now I'm sitting on King Street, in the basement of King Street in a shelter, and everybody's got the names of all the people that I have been thinking about and like holding true, like dear to myself from the past, and the role that those people played in my mind from the past stories. These people in this shelter embodied, and it wasn't a schizophrenic delusion. It was like, it's like the opposite of a schizophrenic delusion, where I'm trying to not be deluded, and I'm always trying to be grounded in a reality where there's evidence against it. Like I'm a reverse schizophrenic, where I'm always just trying to chill, but then I'm smart enough to perceive the world and pick up the patterns that schizophrenics seem to get in on, but then they go too far with it. I'm literally trying to avoid it, and I can't avoid it. So the point was, I was singing, I was going, hey, outside the police station and just practicing. And then I got the birds to show up, and I was singing with the birds. And then I asked for red cars if I'm on the wrong path and blue cars if I'm on the right path. And the birds are chirping and coming around. And then I look over back to the road, and this is a small road in a small town. So there's no real traffic. Then all of a sudden, 8 red cars in a row coming from all directions. So like 3 on this side, 1 pulls out of the driveway, 1 comes out of the library on that road at that intersection, and then a couple, 3, maybe 3 or 4 come this way, and they all cross each other right in front of me. And then everyone in the town that I registered as a bad person, like I don't like his vibe, I don't like the choices that he makes. It was a cop that would go to the McDonald's, and then he would stand in the middle. He would, instead of being in line at the McDonald's, he would place his order instead of waiting with everybody else or sound like a normal person. He would go stand exactly in the middle, and then shoulders out, and he would just stand there. And I could feel he was like trying to throw his commanding presence at everybody in the McDonald's. Like, what are you gonna do about it? I'm gonna use you to feel powerful. And then he would always look over at me. So then the red cars went by, tons of red cars, and then that guy stomps out. And he's just like the darkest I've ever seen him, as I'm pushing the birds higher and making the birds come closer. But the birds, every single bad cop that came in that I sang, and I could feel like I was getting happier and they were getting more depressed because they refused to change their mind and be in control of their own happiness and their own life, emotions, reality. The birds would block them. They go, and would swerve in front of their face and block them. And, I don't care what you guys think. Unless you've been outside as long as I've been outside, I can't trust your opinion on how you feel about the crows. I think for any normal, rational human being that's able to introspect without any form of malignant narcissism or lack of accountability or grandiose narcissism or vulnerable narcissism, because there are different kinds. I fall like if when I don't hold myself accountable, which could also be the victim complex where I really do suffer. But when people talk about vulnerable narcissists, they're saying people that are like, "Oh my God, I could do such great things if it wasn't for this. If you guys had sent me more money, I would have been able to get a guitar and I would have gotten there, and I would have made my songs and I would have been in Johnson recording videos." That's what they would call vulnerable narcissism. Because in reality, like, I could have saved money, you know, and I'm saying that to say that I'm not that. I have that level of accountability that people like my parents don't seem to have. But I think that with my parents, I didn't know who they were at 30. I just know who they were at 50. And at 50, they've had decades of maybe isolation and addictions. So that can sort of devolve them into just like the bare components. Like it felt more like a simplified version of themselves that I was grateful to be blessed with a sort of concoction of who they once were that shines through sometimes and then is almost immediately swept off by what I feel is demonic stuff. And I have great battles against these people. But, and I go up against narcissists. I think the point where I was making was the cars. Oh, yeah, the crows. No crows that day. But obvious signs, like how do you set up 8 of the same type of car with the same exact color intersecting at the same exact time right before I have an interaction with probably one of the most negative, power hungry people in that small town. And I don't know how you guys feel, but when I'm sitting here, and this is like hell, this is purgatory. These are people that are dying and overdosing and addictions on heroin in the rooms all around me. So as soon as I got into this place, it felt like a dull, empty vacuum. And I came in glowing and shining. So I took a couple good pics. I know when I go into these that it's going to be a rearranging. I know that it was the devil trying in the police, and that's why it showed off the stupid tongue that, like, look at Barron Trump. Look at this is your homework if you're here and you're conscious. When you watch these videos and you're scrolling and you see your politicians or you see actors or you see police in police interactions or you see politicians and they do the where they're like talking and then the tongue comes out. That's if you look up old pictures of like Mesopotamia and the old statues that used to be here, and it was people like us, and then there were these giant black reptilian beings that would have a hand on their back. That's an alien in the electromagnetic spectrum or a demonic entity or whatever you call it, and that's how it shows itself. Through a vulnerable person that didn't do the work to know thyself and really get in tune with nature. They're trapped in an electric box where all their relationships siphon them out, and that's why you guys kind of are so rigid and you walk around stomping and you play stupid games for reputation points and trying to feel better than other people or just trying to like hold on to good stuff, so you get kind of degraded into this sort of prideful back and forth with everybody, and that's why you overreact. Because love and life is abundant and it's all there for you. It's underground and it's coming out through the trees and then it comes in from the sun. And there's an exchange between the heavens and the earth, and you're in the Garden of Eden and it's supposed to be abundant for us. We were just here to evolve the planet. But then people did this, and it's been prophesized for 2,000 years, which means they've been staging this for over 2,000 years. And it's literally just to evolve the world, and we have the privilege to innovate and strive for in any direction we want with the circumstances that we're given. And I grew up on a mountain with a room full of Legos to myself in isolation. And then I became a music producer and a pickup artist and a stand-up comedian, and I was got high honor roll, and I had a high IQ as a child, and got in a lot of fights, and I was in DCF, and I've been traveling to people that suffer and were lost from society, and I lead them back up to baseline, and then I dive sometimes further down, and then I just keep going, and I don't stop, and I've just been paying attention, and I think that a lot of other things that might be around are also paying attention to what it's like to go through a journey like this. And that's where I see that's where I pride myself and I feel value in that's doing this. And never had somebody I've never seen what I've done in my life happen before, but I've seen things that I've done before happen in other people that also have the initials KC or their name is KC, or they share some sort of big thematic presence that I valued. I see them shine in a way that I remember innovating prior to my car accident, where I drove my car 90 miles an hour into a telephone pole and the airbag didn't go off, and I felt like I shifted into a different universe. So I have a feeling, because I'm trying to go back through my memories and see the difference, and it feels like I left a world where we were tons of different people when I was a child, and we all had different stories, and I was able to pick up on those stories and see the uniqueness in everybody and see their potential and live in this sort of daydream world outside of reality, that I would show people all the cool things I could do with that, and I was impressing everybody and showing them a better way to live more freely. Before I knew about Sagittarius, 33 Life Path, 1 in the 11th, Aquarius Moon. But then afterwards, it's been like I'm trying to shove myself through slits in a broken mirror, and only a little bit can get through at a time. And then the closer I get to being able to get back through to where I was, the environment that I'm in responds violently with crows and then gang stalkers and people that seem to know what I'm doing, and they talk to me like coy prison guards that have a secret that I have amnesia, like they're waiting for me to wake up to the truth of what's around me so that they're allowed to reveal themselves. But when I don't, because I'm choosing to be in the state of amnesia, they continue playing the game and playing the role, when in reality they kind of reveal themselves and then do obvious stuff. And then they play the radio, and the radio plays a song that plays every single time I feel the same exact way that I felt prior, so that it cements the same sequence of events that cement in my brain, oh yeah, this is the same cycle of behavior, so that I'm able to recognize and move in a different direction. And I'm also able to recognize my growth. I think that the people are people that are on their journey, but I feel like I am a more experienced soul that knows more about life and the universe than the other people, or at least I chose to maintain that and not give up on that and continue it. In that, but it seems like every situation I'm in, I have the blessing to be able to provide wisdom that changes people's lives, and those people are of all ages. So I don't think that my soul is the same age as my body, because I felt like this since I was a child. I might not have been able to express it and articulate it as well as I could. Actually, I think I was a lot better at it. So there are certain influencers that get fed through the bandwidth, like Creole Author, and that they sort of hijack my ability to be so selfless. And then I wind up sort of taking on the style of all the people that are hovering around me, if that makes sense. Otherwise, I'd probably sound like an alien or a robot. But that's because I'm not actively choosing to create myself. Like I have the gift of Leo, and this is why I want to be able to bring other people on, because I'm tired of it. I know it's probably necessary that I keep talking like this, but at some point it's going to get boring. It's not. It's never going to get boring to me, because every year is a completely different year. There's a new style, and I'm able to call it before, so I can see. So I have a sort of feel like a, like if you go on Pinterest, and you Google like velour red and black Game of Thrones aesthetic, and you go scroll down Pinterest, just as an example, it could be like yellow and blue Pegasus aesthetic or something. But it'll give you like a bunch of different pictures and a bunch of different things that follow that theme, and a bunch of different ideas that fit into that overarching theme to create sort of a world or an environment for you. I think my Aquarius moon and all the signs in Aquarius let me be a forward thinker, that I can pick up the aesthetic of what's coming. And then also I think that we have a spirit team. So I'm able to see things ahead of time. And it really sucks, because then I find the most perfect thing to do, and then I have no means to get it. So then I go out hunting relentlessly. Like sometimes I'll have 103-degree fever, and I'll be outside hunting and trying to figure out how to make this perfect thing happen. And I mean, it has happened. It happened the most when I was 17. And that was because things were simpler, and it was easy to maneuver through all the relationships that needed to happen in order to happen, because of the close proximity we had to each other. Now I have to talk to people across the world, and I have to walk places, and I have to set up rides, and I have to deal with people that are very different from each other, that are living sort of isolated lives in bubbles, where their narrative in life is completely separate from people 5 miles down the road in the next town. And I have much stronger, seemingly stronger, and more complex problems and enemies. But I'm not saying that it's not possible. It's not a lot easier than I make it out to be. But I choose to live in this overwhelming world, because that's the space where I make my favorite art that sticks with me and will stick with me forever. The song I've worked, like, if you remember Park and Ride, I spent 8 months on that song. Most of it's the production and just the little nuances in the transitions that you won't even be able to pick up on. When I finally get it, if I finally ever get a chance to make it, you'll never know, like the minute, minuscule, millisecond timing changes that I zoomed in my mind, and I worked really intricately on, like I'm building a masterpiece in my head while I'm driving 60 miles an hour around New England. And then I have this breakthrough where I finally get closer to this perfection in my art that I'm reaching out for, and then I become. And it feels like I've incorporated the universe in a new way that feels completely foreign to the world around me, and it's almost cutting through the fabric of space-time to embody it's like I'm close to my higher self. And then immediately see they're stomping outside. There's people just standing by the door. All of a sudden, police show up. When I was driving, they would show up and pull me over, and one time one cop just came and started slamming on my window, screaming at me, trying to make me say the phrase "I understand." And I was like, "I see what you're saying," and he flipped out. He had to have his partner show up. You know what I'm saying? You heard me? Huh? Empty addicts that ruin their spirit with drugs that allow demonic entities to tether into the back and steal everything from them become lifeless little zombies that work as karmic nodes just to process the greatness of people that make better life decisions and strive for a better life. The reason that this whole place feels dull is because the spores of these people that are doing the drugs, they're letting out a vibe of decay and emptiness because the Sarlacc pit in the center of the hotel, like from Star Wars, that like monster that comes up and eats, has been eating all the life. But the cops knew. He said, "I'm sorry, I'm done preaching," and then kept going. I'm the same way. Remote neural modeling, listening to vocalization, decoding your inner speech, mood sausage. Yeah, you don't really offer any solutions, Battle. What up, Christina? What's my charge at? I have to go. My other phone stopped charging. So conveniently, right before. So the last day that I was out before I came here, my second phone that has my phone service stopped working. But I just got a new charger today. I'm down to $73. I'm not asking for any money. I'm always kind of asking, but I'm on the fence now. Now that I see it, being here has allowed me to sort of refine my thoughts, able to pick up on things that I'm not able to pick up on when I'm out in the woods out here. I guess people would call that a higher paradigm. I'm trying to wait for my phone. What the hell? Okay, there we go. Seems like Battle was saying that. I think Battle was trying to say that he was worried that I lost my things and he wanted to make sure that my stuff is still around. I think that's what he was trying to say. I left it all in. Someone said they don't mind if I keep it there for a couple days while they figure it out, but it is about 80 miles north. So I don't know what to do with that. I could return it to Tractor Supply, that wagon, take a hammer and hammer it, and then try to. What the hell? Yeah, sorry about that wagon. What's up, everybody? I'm gonna show you this shirt. Hold it. Look what I found at Walmart that I bought. I'm going to squat so you don't see the shorts I'm wearing. I did it before it was cool. I designed this before it was cool. I did it first, guys. I did it years ago. Also, someone told me to comb my hair, and I muted her channel. I'll go back. Hold it. I want to say I like my hair, man. I don't know how it looks like from the back. Let me try to figure that out. I can't see. I can't see what it looks like. I know it's messy. I had a migraine the other day, and it was bad. I was like ripping at my hair trying to get it out because it felt like my scalp couldn't breathe because of all the dense thickness of it all kind of coagulated together. Look at this. But then some days I wake up and it's like my hair is like an organism that molded itself perfectly to fit my head the right way and not like a crazy like that. And I've never seen anybody do this before, which is why I like it. And I also like it that even though it's wrangly and mangly or whatever, it would be impossible to recreate without going through exactly what I've been through. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't, you can't make your hair like this without sitting there waiting. Wow, killed a client. That's what I'm saying, but employers don't. So I was thinking maybe, because I'm never gonna be able to wear a headdress, even if I did all the cool stuff. But the theme of this year is cowboys and Indians. That's the whole year of the wood. So it's wood dragon, and then this year's the wood snake, and then it moves into fire. So it was water, wood, fire. So we did the water tiger in 2022 when Andrew Tate blew up. The water cat when Mind Games were good. That's why Casey Rocket blew up, and Kill Tony blew up. Then we have the wood snake and the wood dragon last year, which was the deep dark gray and the storms. And now we have the wood snake, and then we got the fire horse after that. So it's fitting. There's an overarching narrative to everything. But I figured why do I keep hearing the words tubal cane? What does tubal cane mean? I need like if I had like a thin line that put it back so that would be my headdress instead. And then I'm an innovator. So I'm just waiting to charge my phone. Everybody left. How do all of you leave at once? Where'd you go? Was it something I said? Yes. I've got my fridge to work. This was only $1.90. I think this was only $1 at Walmart. And then that was $1.50. Altogether, this pizza was $30. Pizza, I got pizza, chicken, and flatbread. And then someone else hopped in with me, and she didn't have change for a $5, so she paid $15, but she gave me $20. So what did I spent that at Walmart today buying this shirt, and I also bought a couple drinks. So let me check my wallet to see what I have left. Where the fuck did you go, fam? Where the fuck did you go, fam? And then if I can get... Look at how fucking messy my pants were. This is what I've been walking around in. That's just dirt. That's mud. I didn't even know I had a rip there. And then somehow these jeans ripped. For real. How bad is it? Oh shit. Is it bad? You're 92% Scottish? How did you find that out? Because I want to know what I am. I didn't believe that. I didn't believe that those things actually work. I think they just take your name and they guess. They take a picture of your face and your name, and I think they just make an educated guess. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know that for sure. I guess I don't really know anything at all. Look at this shit. I got big. I got fucking pudgy. Oh, you're good, man. I didn't lose my stuff. It's in somebody's garage. So it's all there, and I trust the person. But there's really nothing. There's nowhere I can take that. Like, I can't bring that here. It'll be gone within seconds. There's people in here that do hard drugs, and they're 35, and they're from the hood. And they got tattoos and guns, and they walk around carrying guns, and they're running their own business. So I can't walk around with a $180 tractor supply wagon. They'll run up on me to pay those guys. So they'll come here for those guys and be like, fuck, I lost all my money. Then they'll see me walking around with this wagon. They'll just walk down the road for a little bit, wait, and then they'll run off with all my stuff. I barely even want to bring my wallet outside. Like, I'm not even gonna bring my wallet. I'm gonna hide my wallet on me. Like, this is dangerous. You're good, bro. Aren't you going? You said you're going. How are you doing, man? You said you were going to the gym. You said you were eating healthier. You were prioritizing rest and working on supplement use. The only other thing I would add is spending some time out in the woods, like really learning how to get, while we're still in the year of the wood, I think it's really important that everybody go camping, especially in the winter. It's just skills that you never know you need to learn until you learn it. And then you're like, wow, I can't believe that I went this long without doing it. It's such a simple thing, being out by yourself in the forest. And what happens to every single person that I've ever met that goes out and does that is that the ones that are weird, like the narcissists that are insecure, kind of nut jobby, those guys never go back in the forest. But the people that are like loving, compassionate people that are creative and want more from life, that don't feel like, I'm thinking of a handful of people right now that I've seen. Like, I'm just gonna say most people would actually prefer to be out in the woods with nothing and then to enter society from the woods rather than enter society from their house. That's all I'm gonna say, is that most people don't actually, at the end of the day, once you've spent long enough in the forest, most people don't want to be cooped up in a cage of electricity where your relationships don't have any balance from nature. So you get so caught up in the mundane and freaking out at each other over nothing because you don't have the trees to continuously pump out reality for you to breathe in to calm your nerves. So we're gonna go outside and smoke this cigarette. I'm at 17%. I'm gonna go ask for a paper clip on the front desk because my phone kicked the bucket, and then I have to figure out the warranty. I went there and they tried to upsell me. So if I spend, I have $70, 80 with what Battle just sent. If I spend 55, they give me a deal so I can get a $100 phone for $70. And you know, that woman was obviously a saleswoman, so she was full of darkness, living in the electronics section, which is like a hub for bad energy at the back of the Walmart. It's gonna be tough. Don't. If you're not ready, don't do it, man. I don't want you to freeze to death at all. We'll go for a walk. They didn't really tell me it was against the rules to walk around the property. So this is a hospital. Vermont, the main college of Vermont, Vermont's all medical. It's got a couple trade schools sprinkled in, but for the most part, UVM medical spans the whole state. This is the highway. That's my room right there. No, that's not my room. My room's on the other side. My room is over there because the view is different here. I deserve peace. I've learned a trick. I have trouble with affirmations. Because I have trouble believing. I've been gaslit so much, I have trouble believing with certainty. Let me know how the Wi-Fi is. I'll try to walk. Let's see what happens. All right, the Wi-Fi cut out. I don't want to be by anybody's room talking on the phone. I don't want to bother people. So, looks like here's an ash. Is this an ashtray? It's a trash can. How's everybody feeling with the new moon? So, I don't know. I'm looking for someone that wants to run a Facebook community. I don't like it. I don't like it, man. That's why I basically learned how to live. My childhood mentors were staff in programs and the Game of Thrones books. From 14 to 16 was just reading Game of Thrones and living with people with bad home lives that were taken from their homes and living in programs that were deemed inhumane. But They didn't have tough love down. They were trying to do tough love, and they were trying to find a way to systematically instill tough love, and they didn't do it right. And I think that there's a purpose for that, because I know how to do it now. Look at me, guys. I'm an adult. I'm a man now. I have to take a tape measure and figure out how tall I am. How tall is the average door? I have to figure that out. Hunting. I don't get hunting. I feel like people that go hunting now do it because there's like a power transfer, that when you shoot something, you probably get filled up with some type of chemicals that make you feel something, that when you go back into society afterwards, it gives you this feeling of empowerment because you killed something else. And I feel like that's kind of robbing it, because people used to have to go with bow and arrows, and they'd have to run through the snow and freezing temperatures. And that's how they got that rush. They didn't sit there with a sniper and wait to shoot something that didn't know what was happening. The animals knew what was happening. So the animal had a second to process it. Nature is that way. Like I could feel when birds would go, like I'm an empath. So when I'm out in the woods, I can feel the mice and the foxes hunting the groundhogs. And it is rape. It is a sense of like killing and violence. But the animals aren't crying. It's more like Call of Duty matchmaking. Like the animals just have the same feeling that I have knowing that I'm going to die by somebody and I get pissed, but I know I'm going to respawn and do better. That's the same vibe that I got from the animals. But when I think about deer looking at somebody with a sniper rifle and realizing, fuck, then I feel like there's sadness to the end. Like I feel like the deer feels betrayed. When you go out in the woods and there's like a bear running after a moose, or there's a fox running after a groundhog, there's like a sense of camaraderie, and that's just the way it is in nature, and the animals aren't bad about it, and that's why the indigenous people said the animals would be sacrificing themselves. Plants, I feel, are different. They're definitely conscious, and in the electron, it's proven that plants, think about it like that tree has 1,000,000 eyes, and it's able to perceive us down to our genetics. So when people have certain genetics that are tied to the trees, it's like people that are indigenous that were from here and their genetics have been here for 200 years, 200,000 years. The old trees they behave differently when they monitor the electromagnetic signals to people that are foreign. I think the best example is that I want to tell you about you can look up a video of an indigenous woman and a royal British guard on a horse. And everybody walks by the horse, and the horse doesn't move, doesn't do anything. And then an indigenous woman walks next to the horse, and the horse starts crying and puts its head right up to her head, and they hug. It's probably because the horse felt like that person probably had a long history of relationships with horses and understanding what they're like, and a deeper connection to nature that the horse could innately just feel from the person. It's like the woman let the horse feel human, because animals are much more conscious than anyone realizes. But the trees make fruits for the animals to eat. The plants and animals are happy when things eat it. You know what I'm saying? Where are you, Christina? So I'm gonna try to get my SIM card into this phone, and then If Walmart's open, I'll walk. It's about, I don't know how cold it is out right now. Every time I see Creole author go live, I get mad. Because that bitch is down in Louisiana, and she's schizo-ranting, and then she'll look at the camera like this, and she goes, I could really use another motel room. You know, I hate when, she said, I hate when the DoorDash offers donuts, but they only offer the glazed donuts and not the chocolate glazed donuts. And then she looked at the camera, and then she's like, I could really use some food. And then she gets enough for 2 motel rooms, which is like $300. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. It makes me feel bad about asking for money. The problem was I couldn't get people to hire me. Now I'm sure I could get a job here, but I feel like no, you know what happened? I'm gonna share this. So what happened to me was I went to Johnson and things didn't work out. Nobody would hire me, and I couldn't get the guitar that I've been looking at for 6 months. When I finally had enough money, she wouldn't answer me. So I'm like trying multiple accounts because she didn't answer the first one. Trying to get this $155 guitar that's a Johnson guitar that has the Celtic knots around the strum board and whatever they call it, the hole. And it's just an average guitar. It looks like nothing special about it. There's definitely a lot cooler ones, but they're all down in Massachusetts. It's like a 6-hour drive down to get the cool guitars that I would want, like the old Stella guitars. For the people that basically invented music, like the people that would ride the railroads with their Stella guitars, and they'd go down to like somewhere in Nashville, and they'd all be homeless with their guitars making music on the street, and they pioneered country music and the blues. They used old vintage Stellas, and Stellas are like these small parlor guitars, but people used to care about the craft so much. Those guitars feel how I want the music to sound. They like really perfected the design to be small parlor guitars that make this deep bass that somehow has been lost in manufacturing. Now guitars sound like a bunch of different stuff. There's the Berlin police. What's up, man? Staring at me? Big fatty. Big fat cop here because someone flipped out. So they're trying to see what drug deals are going on. So I'll wait. I don't want him to think that, oh, the cop's here, I'm running away. But I did finish my cigarette right when he drove by. I've never seen that cop before. Berlin so far has been the coolest cops. There's still some type of darkness around them, and they seem to always be guiding you into a state of fear. Every cop I talk to seems to be always on the line between trying to be friendly and then just exerting their perceived authority over you in an unfair game. Because they know if you do anything, they have the power to manufacture a crime. You know what I'm saying? So with people that have been traumatized by police, every time you see a cop, like I've ridden in the back of cop cars and I'm walking down the street, and I can see in all the different strangers who is afraid of the police because of what cops have done to them and who isn't. And then people that have been, but resort to what people would call like grandiose narcissism because they've had to escape from reality into a sort of delusional mind in order to maintain living in society. I can pick up on that pretty easy now because I've seen enough. But I think it's been long enough. I'll wait for a couple minutes. I have to piss. Okay. I don't want to sit around bothering people, but, you know, this might be new. People don't hear people that talk like me very often. Unless it's on, like, Joe Rogan once every 3 months. When you find a needle and I grew up on an abandoned ski resort
on Haystack Mountain. And I had a nice big property where it was one, at the opposite of the mountain was one straight dirt road. Right at the opposite the road to turn onto the summit with the big entrance to the ski resort. I was on the road right across the street, and there's only one road on the top of that mountain, and it was a bunch of like $2 million homes. And then I lived in the very back on this little hill that goes up at the very end, last house at the end of the road, in a big red ski chalet that had the big cornered roofs. And the owner, my dad's friend, that was a boat captain for one of the 13 elite families. We called him Skip. He didn't want to keep up with maintaining the house and buying propane and paying property taxes, and Airbnb wasn't paying him enough, and my dad couldn't keep up with rent, so he moved into the RV, or didn't, whatever reason they did, he moved into the outside here in sub 40, and I do fine, as long as I have a heater and electricity. Otherwise, I'm spending a lot of money on propane. Okay, we're going in 3, 2, 1. Nope. Say what? Casey, I have a room. I came in the other day. I just went out to smoke a cigarette. I wanted to know if you had something I could put into the SIM card, like a thumbtack or a paperclip. All right. I got you. I got you. Actually, you're working on it. Yo. Take the phone.
Yeah, I checked all of them.
Are you working?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know like a thumbtack or a paperclip to open up my SIM card tray?
Oh, yeah, the thing. Hang on.
Okay. Who? Oh, here? I don't think they need any help. I have one more day here. I forgot to give you the marinara sauce for that flatbread. I thought it was gonna burn. Right? How you doing?
I had a procedure done today. That's why I'm walking funny. I had 2 nerves on each side. One nerve each side.
Yep.
Cut nerve.
Does it feel better?
And it has a little, but this is because of the procedure.
Yeah.
Got like 12 different black and blue marks on my back.
Yeah. What did you need help with the are you still trying to do landscaping?
Oh, I'm going to. You know, I got a freaking tack here somewhere. You want to eat? Is that what you want? You want to come too close to your food? Aqui. I'll be man. Can you take that out? More than you? Oh, there you go. You can keep that if you want.
All right.
That'll work, right?
Yeah.
I'll make sure before I shut the door on you. Nope. Maybe something that's not so pointy.
No, it works.
Oh, did? Okay. You keep that.
All right. I have
Clip it to your coat or something.
Yeah, I got you.
Inside your pocket or something.
I have a 2 liter of Dr. Pepper if you wanted a glass or something, because you gave me that $5.
I'll give you. Come on, baby. No problem there. Hold the door.
I'm probably going to Walmart too if you want anything.
I would, but that's all I have is a card, and I'm supposed to go tomorrow between 8 and 5. So,
Okay.
what was I getting? A glass or something.
Glass, yeah.
Back up. Back up. Back up, I said. Come here. Up here. Back. I'll walk up with you.
All right, cool. Where's my card?
Oh shit! I got my keys. How you been?
I'm all right. I don't like
You didn't change clothes or anything?
No.
Nothing else?
I went and bought a shirt at Walmart. I'll use the shower to wash. I'll probably end up staying. I don't know what 211's gonna do.
Economic services wrong.
Okay.
Economic services. 211 is only for the weekends or after 5.
Okay.
And economic services, if you've been here this long.
This this town's department, or
No, you.
Okay.
1-800. Write this down on your phone.
all right.
Or write it down when you get to your room. I forgot.
It's right here.
Okay. You have a pen and paper?
Maybe. Let me see the cup.
Well, duh. Well, you're nice and toasty in here.
Yeah, I leave it off, and then I go outside and come back, and it's really hot.
You turn it off and did that?
I turn it off until it's cold, and then I turn it on,
Oh, okay.
and then I leave.
You can also put it on air conditioner
True.
and put it to the highest.
All right.
No worries.
It won't be warm, or it won't be cool.
I don't care.
Put it over the sink.
You can put all kinds of drugs in it if you want.
Yeah. There was a cop sitting in the parking lot.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, they come in and watch every now and then. Don't let it harm you. If you ain't doing nothing wrong, you're good.
Did you give me the cap? Yeah. You did.
No.
Okay.
Do you need anything in your room?
Good with the room.
Okay.
Try to call economic services.
Rick. Oh shit. I don't have my phone on me. No. You have a pencil? Okay, pen?
Maybe. And I can Google it too.
It's 775-0506.
Okay. 775-0506.
Yeah.
I should remember that. Then I'll remember which one I'm gonna Google.
If you can't remember it, just Ken knows the number. I'll leave it at the desk.
Okay.
Or you can knock on my door, Ken. Or you can call me if you want.
Okay.
Can you put it in your phone? You can't call my number yet.
I don't have a SIM card.
Okay. You don't have a SIM card at all?
I have a SIM card. It's in.
Okay.
I have a broken phone in this one. Also, if you did you know that at Walmart they're doing that? You pay $55 and they give you a $100 phone for free.
Really?
I went there today. I only have like $70, so I would do. I have. If you want that charger back, I just bought one.
Oh, you're not using it?
Yeah.
I'll leave it at the desk and then anything you
Okay. So you gave me this one, and then
Did it not work?
it worked. My charging block is broken. So if I can keep using the charging block till I get another one, and then I have this one.
Yeah, if you need it again, just let me know. I'll
Okay.
have it in my room.
All right. The other thing, what was I saying? I went in to buy a charger, and they you might have to make a new Straight Talk account there. No, for a phone, and then you buy just a regular $55 SIM card.
Oh,
They gave,
so it's like $91. I just bought one.
yeah, but they only charged me $65,
That's cool.
so that's enough to. That's like same price as a shitty phone, but you get a nice one.
But you have to buy your card too, don't you?
Yeah, but if you wanted to buy that phone anyway, it'd be like $160. So they're
I
saying
think they're scamming you. If it's the same phone that I have, it'll cost me $91 with the card.
okay, that might be the case.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure it out because I'll show you. I have to replace the battery. Shut off. I just run these shitty Walmart phones, so they only last me about 2 months, and then the battery quits. These are like the 40 ones.
That's the same thing.
Yeah,
Let me see.
A03s, and they don't make. I tried to get another one. They don't make them anymore. So that one stopped taking.
Is it a Galaxy 14s?
No, it's just the A03s.
Okay, because the 14s is what I got for the $91. And if you go to Higher Ability
Okay.
on you,
Yep.
they will help you get another phone.
Okay.
What they do is they try and help you with all your barriers to get to work.
Yep.
And you want to work, right?
Yeah.
Just stress to them that you cannot be without work because it drives you nuts. They don't think. And they'll help you get your career on the road. And they'll help you get your small business going.
Okay.
And they'll help you with any barriers that is preventing you from getting what you want.
What I'm trying to do now, if you can get on YouTube, if you can get to and it's just like people are scrolling and then they like what you're doing. So if like they're walking around town, there are people that just walk around town all day in major cities. Like there's a girl that walks by and she just harasses the people at the Scientology. So she has she quit her full-time job. Her job is to just stand outside Scientology live streaming and then saying anytime people walk by, she's like, it's a cult. Don't go in, it's a cult. They're going to try to get your information and peddle you for a lot of money. She makes $1,000 a week now of just people that are scrolling, see what she's doing, and then they're
Looking
like,
at
I'll give her
those
$5, yeah. So I figured if I do something like that, but something positive, like I get a motorcycle and I drive around Vermont talking to homeless people because people are freaking out at them and the normies are freaking out at them all day, right? So I want something like that. I probably need self-defense classes, a gun, training, and I want to get a Cane Corso protection dog. I've seen people that drive around on a motor.
If you have a disability, you can get an SBA dog.
Is that like
A service dog.
like a trained one that can help me out, and then
They'll give you a trained dog. They'll train the dog to you, or help you train the dog to you.
okay,
And that's the ADA.
that'd be cool.
Yeah, we can sit down and I give you some more numbers if you want, or you can Google it.
Okay.
ADA. That's who gives the service dogs.
I mean, for landscaping, I don't know anybody that has previous experience landscaping.
Nobody needs to.
Okay.
It's easy.
Okay.
Digging dirt's easy, but you got to know what flowers to put where.
Yep.
Because you don't want a high flower in the front where you have little ones in the back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to know. I didn't know anything about it because I did it all my years with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I opened my own business for $50 since 2016. COVID came.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I stopped working, and my body went to shit. So, when you get older, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yep.
So that's what happened. I was sitting there doing nothing for so long and trying to stay above board. And then you get winter that you can't do shit in, except if you want to hold the flag. You can start for $18 an hour. But that's cool.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I just didn't have a way to get there.
You can do it anywhere in St. Vermont.
Yeah, but I tried. So I was in Northfield. I came to Montpelier trying to do flagging. They would have hired me, but I couldn't find transportation. So that's why I was going to go to Reach Up to get that e-bike.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 25. I'm like
it's
9.
It's not really Reach Up that you would do. You would do the economics. I mean, no, the bulk rehab.
Higher ability. Okay.
Capstone will also tell you where do you want to go.
I had kind of a brain injury at 19. I drove my car into the pole at like 90.
If you go talk to the cow, I'm telling you, higher ability will help you.
All right. I tell people that I'm mentally like 21, but I'm 25 because I had like 4 years of sitting in public housing. But I have a friend that he's pretty successful at landscaping. I was thinking I meet tons of kids that are homeless. Like, there's a lot of homeless kids out there.
Well, that's what I did.
Yeah.
When I first started my business, I went down to the day station, picked people up that were at the day station. You know what day station
in Burlington?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I bring them to work. And I pay them daily. So you get paid daily. So that'd be the thing to do, is to help them. But you do have to know there's a drug world out there. Once they get their paycheck, they're going to take off, go do drugs. The guy did, and he overdosed.
Yeah.
So I didn't go pick up anybody anymore.
No, the first idea that came to my head is that I would work with DCF and I would make it into a program where once the kids are in something like a shelter, like, have you ever been to like Ludlow area or like?
Well, I've been there, but.
There was an old place called Mountainside, which was just like, most of these programs are big institutions, which are like jail, institution. And I was in those as like a DCF kid. I was taken at 14. Those don't work at all, but these, it's not me. But that's what I would do is, they need more of those like halfway house type where it's just like a house where the kids can be. But then we would do community gardening. Maybe he's trying to call us because he sees you in the doorway.
Yeah, he does.
All right. All right. Gotcha. That'd be cool. I naturally turn into like a business person. I do a lot better as a businessman than a child, but I don't like that aspect of myself. I feel like it's kind of boring, and I feel like the people that I help don't deserve it. So I could, they said making $1 million is just a series of phone calls. So I could sit at this desk and make phone calls and create programs, advocate for people on the internet, and make a change. But I just want to make music, and there's a certain way I want to do it, because when I sit down and I open the computer and I get to work like that, it completely takes me out of the space I'm trying to create, and it feels like there's a disconnect and nothing ever works out when I like dive into the computer. But when I'm out in the forest and I'm walking around with nothing, I can imagine exactly what I want to make, and it's always high-level stuff that I feel like the world needs and hasn't seen before. So I've always been caught in this line between how do I get what's in my head onto the computer, and I figured the best way is to have like an expensive setup with everything that I need, so that when I get the inspiration, it's just, and this might be mental illness, that I feel like as soon as I have that computer, it becomes an extension of myself, and that takes away from the creative process. So I almost need this period of having nothing to be able to imagine what I want, and then I have to hold on to that, and it's very hard to hold on to that. I've been trying to hold on to that for 1,000 songs, and I still have it kind of down after chiseling it away at it, daydreaming every single day about it until it's cemented in my mind. Then when it comes time to get it down, it becomes very difficult. So I have to refine that process, and I'm not getting any younger. I'm 25, guys. I'm 25 years old. I am pushing 30. And all I've had to show for it was the stories of my achievements and the impact I made on other people's lives. And this YouTube content. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Okay. I don't know what's gonna happen when I take the SIM card out of this and put this in this one. So we're gonna figure that out. That would be really sleazy of them to make it so the SIM card that came with the phone has to be the SIM card that activates the phone. Because now I have a SIM card. And now I have 4 bars. So let's see if taking the Wi-Fi down. You can play. Yeah, I don't know. Is Heather here? What the fuck Heather doing? Dr. Thunder. The Thunder. Oh shit. So if Battle gave me $10, he said he works. But then sometimes he says he doesn't work. So I don't want people sending me money they don't have to be able to spend. I made this because there are people that have way more. I need to help people, and I figured that if I put myself in position, like Candy from Creole Author might not necessarily, she might. She seems to have, but there's some things about her I don't like. It's okay. But I figured I saw a need in people that they really want to help out the community, and they really feel bad, and they hate panhandlers because they've given to panhandlers and they don't like what happens to that, what they do with the money. So I was like, okay, that's a niche where I share my journey. And that was one of the things that made me okay with sharing my Cash App, was because I know that there are people that have more than they need and have a desire to make an impact on somebody's life, but they're not happy with panhandlers and people that drugs. So I figured kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Casey's trying to pioneer an industry that will help kids ascend creatively and live a better life out in the sticks where there's no money. And I could also run a group that I can develop a system that can actually help people and make a change. But I wanted to do it from the ground up in this way, because I don't want to lose touch with who I am now to become who I want to be. I want to sort of gradually climb until I'm the same person in that position, because I know it. And when I jump right into it, I get massive success very quickly. But then there's months to years of the degradation process until I come back to this and I realize this is what I wanted the whole time. But I also know that if I keep going this way and I don't do anything and I don't get anywhere and I don't live my dreams and I stay this sort of raccoon man, 30 is going to pop up just as quick as 25 has. And then I'll have completely lost touch. I spent years fighting to get back what trauma and gaslighting and probably satanic rituals in a fucked up society did to me. And I became someone I'm sort of proud of and I'm sort of not. But I definitely am very what happened, but I'm just praying that my spirit team or God or angels or aliens is working in my favor because of all the other evidence I have of them being so personally invested in my life every single moment of every day. But I know that I'm getting older And I think that whatever that is might believe in me a little bit less because of my lack of pushing my limits. So I don't know what to do, man. I mean, she said they were hiring. Candy in the Clink. Candy in the Clink makes $600 a week just talking to a camera. A Creole author makes sometimes up to $1,000 a week. She stays in hotels that sometimes have bed bugs. I think the story I think her story where she ended up is that she wound up in a motel the same night that I wound up in a motel, but hers has bed bugs. I don't know. I'm not paying attention to. I remember. I didn't like the way she would stare at the camera, and then I would be on the other end. Like, that makes me a little uncomfortable. Like, imagine if I said I could use another motel room. I could use about $50 for a guitar. And there's 50 people in the chat. And then she gets a motel room. Somebody calls and buys it for her. They're like, her moderators are actively going into communities just to get her rooms and a motel room for the night. And I have a solution for her. If I had a lot of property, you know where Johnson was? When I showed you that beautiful mountainscape? Sometimes I see properties that are like 15 to 40 acres that are like $100,000, but it's all forested. So people don't want to get those properties because it'd be a fucking pain in the ass to put a driveway in there, clear out a forest, clear out a place in the trees, and build a home there. That's like $350,000 for the house, plus like $50,000 for the driveway, because we're not near Amish people that will do it for cheap. There's nobody out here that will do it for cheap, because there's like family businesses that survive off of rich people. So to get some of these, $70,000 10-acre properties that are really, it would be extremely difficult to put a driveway in. People aren't biting at those yet. They're gonna pretty quickly. There's gonna be an influx of power shifting and people moving out of cities here that have a lot of money. And I originally, when I used to care about this state, I was very worried and actively trying to get to know that part of the community of the woodland mountain people, because I thought that I was obligated to unite us all into taking our land before the rich come and take it. And then I realized that the people that own the land are the people that I was worried were going to take it. They already took it from the indigenous people. The guy who invented the Order of the Eastern Star is Morris. He had a town based on satanic rape of people. The Fraternal Order of the Freemasons and the Order of the Eastern Star with that satanic pentagram was founded by Morris, and in Morristown, fighting off the cops, the creeps, the cunts, the crows, and the crackheads. I was literally in the birthplace of the satanic order. You know what I'm saying? The town that I was in for the past 4 months was founded by the man who created the Order of the Eastern Star, which is a high level part of that Bohemian Grove satanic pagan cult, based on the kidnapping and raping of hundreds and millions of indigenous children. When you look up I'm not at that level of conspiracy. I just sort of get the trickle down of what I pick up when I'm scrolling, and that goes into my bank. And then when I pick up more evidence and more evidence and more evidence, and I learn I don't hold a schizophrenic delusion or a bias. I just put it together and then keep going. And then I've slowly been watching the collective conscious syndicate and find order and truth in the chaos and all the information out there. And I'm watching the collective grow across whatever conspiracy talk or whatever. So when I get the trickle down, I get people that their whole life is devoted to this stuff. There are guys that sit in rooms like this and study. They just go through CIA documents and they go through history books on the internet and they are on the deep web and all this stuff. And their information trickles out in waves to people. And then I get all the different ones so I can see sort of what originated it and how it came to me through telephone. And basically, like, the high-level conspirators say the Order of the Eastern Star is like the big bad wolf of the whole thing, of the whole pack of these different satanic orders that were raping indigenous children for stealing their spiritual bandwidth and their ancestral karma and spirit, siphoning it through the river of God that its current bounces off the banks as it spreads out in the waters that we use to trade. So at the highest level, the big secret is that deer man in Adventure Time, when Finn had and Finn had all that, he was comatose, and Jake had brain damage and was walking around as a homeless man digging through trash because all of the Candy Kingdom had been stolen by a deer man with hands that lived underground in the undercurrent sewers that was taking them all, licking them, and then sticking them to the ceiling. So all of the different candy people were dissolving into this ooze that the deer man was cultivating to eat before he'd descend further down. That deer man is an homage to the Baphomet, but really they mean the Irish god of the wild, the pagan god Cernunnos at Cern, which is an entity that lives under the mycelial network and under every town, and that what they're taking is the people's spiritual energy, they're siphoning it. And then what was once them, we had a personality, we had a spirit. When you go through life, you individuate and you grow, and then you go through these things where it feels like you get drained and empty and you have to start over. Where that goes depends. That's why they say, give it all to God, keep giving it to God, give it all to God, pray, pray, pray. Because they want you to get it back up into the right bank, because there's another deer man under taking it all. Like, probably what's in this hotel, this homeless hotel. I definitely felt it. I don't feel anywhere near where I was when I first got here. So the scoop is that there's orders of these people that created American society specifically to feed a certain entity, and that's the order. One of the big ones was founded in the town that I was suffering in the most, up in Morristown. And go Google who founded the Order of the Eastern Star, and that was his town, where back in the day when it was hard to make roads, he got so much money, he went through the mountains, because to get up into that place you have to go through into the Green Mountains deep to get into Johnson and Morristown. So they went out there and they had probably a satanic coven and a cult. And that's exactly where the U.S. government put the property line back in the day, exactly there, right between American land and indigenous territory, which allowed them to have this fine line. And probably the same way the cops manufacture crimes with me, they probably manufactured attacks to report back so that it would seem on paper like they weren't going out and doing horrific things to thousands of indigenous people in that area. So when I was out there singing this indigenous music out there with the trees. Who knows what was around me spiritually and how impactful that would be. Like, I probably embodied an energy when I went into town that locals that had ancestral indigenous blood probably felt something they couldn't understand, because I was bringing something back to them that I cultivated in the woods that their genetics hadn't fully felt in a long time. And the closer I got to getting more and more better with that, it seemed the more aggressive and violent Morristown police became with me. I feel very disrespected by the town of Johnson. I got permission from the food shelf. I got sort of a general permission from Morristown, or from Johnson Water and Light. Everybody there seemed to be happy with me. They gave me $20. I got food. Everybody knew I was there trying to get a job down the road. The select board got together and ordered the police to forcibly remove me from the property by any means. And the sheriff said, I guess I'll pay for 2 nights at a motel down in Berlin, and he can figure it out from there. That's the sheriff at Lemoyne County Sheriff's Department. So they spent $250 for these 2 nights. And now I'm going to have to go to economic services and figure it out, which might not work. And I might be cast back out into the streets, but that's fine. I mean, I just made a friend, so I have her contact information now. And I'm just hunting. I have one thing I've made progress with. I found one. It took me a long time. I sat here on Marketplace trying to find a way to use what I had to make something better. And I'm having patience and slowly making progress. I'm not losing sight, but it definitely feels like it's draining to be here. So I'm working on that. You guys have no idea what I've been through, man. No, I don't have a notebook or a pen or anything. I do have my tape measure with me. I'm glad to see the mind, man. How you doing? I don't remember the mind's name. I thought that the mind was my friend Nate. And then suddenly Nate showed up in my life again, and he sent me, I don't know, like $100. Big ups on him. No way. Here. All right. I'm definitely not 5'9". What the fuck? I am. We'll say that I'm 5'7.5". But I'm probably 5'7". It's all right. Because I'm also fat. I'm chubby. And I smoke. And I don't stretch. And I don't work out. So I guarantee you, if I actually was hydrated and I worked out and I actually had posture, I would be 5'9". Probably 5'10", actually. Because I heard that cigarettes make you shrink. And I used to be 5'8.5". But I just did it and it looks like I'm 5'7". So something happened, and I think it's my belly. That's okay.
Who the fuck are you? And there's multiple of you? There's a brigand of giggly Gaelic goons on the other end of the wall. Larry's out there gooning angrily. Larry's out there gooning and staring up at this guy at the top of the ice wall like, why would you do this to me? What? I don't know, you're telling me. You're telling me Larry and a bunch of goons are out there giggling like crows. Why is it my real name? You're like the watcher on the wall. And they're putting smoke signals to be like, let us back up, open the gate. I gave Larry the option to join my Discord and my Facebook group and to message me the link to his YouTube so that I could unmute him. I cannot to unhide somebody from the channel. And I know he's just going to come back in and talk shit. Larry is just going to come right back in and talk the same shit he was talking 6 months to a year ago. And I'm gonna have to pick him up and flick him back over the wall. My Discord is in my channel description. Then why should I let him back in? I'm cutting off their rations. Try me, bitch. I'm 5'7.5". How long is my leg? Not including my foot, my leg. You're joking. They're saying my ankle to my knee is 1 foot and 4 inches. But that doesn't feel right. Because I remember having a ruler as a child. That might work. Oh, shit. You're right. You're probably right. I do have a Facebook group. Guys, tell me how tall I am. And then we'll figure out what to do with Larry. We'll all get together in a group. Tell me how tall this is with the top of my hair. Right? I have to, what the hell? How the fuck do you measure this? What is this number right here? That's 5'8", so I am 5'8.5". Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, fam. I have to get creative. Don't request me. I'm not adding Larry on Discord. Christina, I was going into 6 different Vermont groups. So Vermont has like 17 counties or something, small ones. And in that there's one main big city. There's 2 big main cities. And then there's a bunch of small towns of different sizes. But some of them have a lot more homeless people than others. So I was in all their different chats. And at one point, the entire state was getting ready to mobilize against the homeless people. They were printing out counterfeit money to give to pay them with fraud. They were walking out and purposefully getting together to collectively treat them like garbage and swerve at them and throw things at them, and what they did to me to a bunch of other people, trying to make their life so bad that they either leave or they feel so traumatized and reactive triggered that they commit a serious crime to get sent to jail.
And then they were just going to keep doing it until the guys got worse and worse and worse, until they did something that would land them permanently. And in a couple cases, they went out to some, like, people that would check car doors and would, when people at their homes in their suburban houses would leave their car door unlocked for whatever reason, they homeless people were going in and taking from them, and they took a lot of stuff. So a couple of those guys, the town got together and went out and attacked them. And I have no way, because I'm not there, I have no way to tell who is alive and who isn't, who got raped and who wasn't. I've heard stories everywhere I go. Every homeless woman I've ever met has a story of a townsperson taking advantage of people not liking the homeless to sexually abuse them. And then if they did anything, nobody cares because they're less than people in everyone's mind. So I'm in Facebook groups talking shit to everybody. I was about to call out Heather because she's the only other person that joined the Brattleboro group on my hometown. So the Facebook group was if anybody wanted to come with me, and then we were going to ride into battle into those Facebook groups and call out everyone for being, because there's a guy that in Brattleboro specifically, there's a guy, he doesn't delete anything. So I started, and I was like the Lone Ranger. I was screaming at everybody. I was keeping it entertaining so that hundreds of people were invested. Thousands of people were watching my content I was creating on that Facebook group. And I was the only person that was advocating for the homeless people. And there's a guy that goes out and records them, and then the whole town gets together and thousands of people make life worse. There was an instance where a guy named Kai, K-A-Y, you know, if you've been here long enough, you know how significant that is. A guy named Kai, who's a 40-year-old drug dealer from my hometown, and he's black, and he's from New York, so it's a different culture. He got on Planet Hank, and usually the homeless people are mentally ill and screaming and all this. Kai looked at Hank and just went, look at this fucking loser. Standing up there with his camera, like, for thousands of people to click on and pretend that he's better than he is, and it got seriously blew up that Hank's ego. So Hank started because a guy named Brian stole a bike from downtown, and Hank made it up that it was his bike. So Hank got his phone out and followed a homeless guy down the street screaming at him. Building a fruition over Discord. Yeah, I've had the Discord for months. I've been trying to get people to do, it's called Winter War Camp, where people put their goals, people put opportunities to make money. Like I had, in December, if any one of you had clicked, and I will in a minute, I got you. We'll see what happens. If they're honorable and respectful gentlemen and individuals, I won't kick them back out of into the waste. But Cash App was giving people $5 if they used my Cash App link. So I posted my Cash App link, and if anyone had bitten and just signed up for Cash App, I would have made $20 and they would have made $5, and I would have sent them 10, either 5 or 10. If anyone had done it, we could have figured it out, but nobody did it. So with 500 subscribers, just to say, let's say 500 people. If 500 people had clicked that link, what's 500 times 20? 500 times 2 is 1,000. So it would have been $10,000 that I would have gotten, and then collectively Cash App would have dished out what's 5 times 500. 25. The Cash App would have given out 2,500. Just off 500 people signing up for Cash App with my link. Now it's $10. So half of my profits went down the drain because nobody signed up for Cash App. But I figured, everybody's moving to Venmo. So if Cash App was willing to give me, let's say I consistently had people signing up and I was making content where I could edit the video on a computer of me going out and encouraging people to download Cash App with my link to get, let's say, $20 instead of just the $5. If I personally went out with my personal link and had people sign up through word of mouth by going into like Dunkin' Donuts and having like, do you have Cash App? I have a personal affiliate code where you will make $20 just to download it with this link, and I will make 35, $40, and I'll give you $10 plus sort of like 20, the same, give me the deal, the $20 with the 5 for anyone that signs up on this. Blow it. It's so easy to make a viral YouTube short. I just don't have the computer. It's so easy. It's just you get the camera, you have somebody that's a little bit hype, the angle's just a little bit down because you have to, it's playing to the people's ego. So if you look at these content, the camera's pointed down to make the people feel better, that like the young kids want to feel taller than the pretty girl that's talking to the guy on the street. They angle the camera so that the person watching feels like he's bigger than them both, which helps. And then it's just, you could say anything, like a pigeon flew into a piñata and it blew up a bunch of bees, and the bees attacked and made a nest full of honey, and then they smeared it on a bear, and then the bear became a golden king bear in a gold velour suit jacket with nice embroidery patterns. And then the bear went to war against corrupt youth organizations, and he live streamed the whole thing. It's literally like kids will just click with everything that fits the angle. I could say like a pig fell in the mud. As long as it fits what the people are used to, they click. And then I put, literally all you have to do is download Cash App and you get $20. I don't know how many subscribers I need before people will start to bite. I don't have Venmo. I have Cash App. I do have Venmo. I haven't set it up. Yeah. Drop the Venmo link. I don't know. Does Venmo have that incentive? I can't use my second phone, guys. It's broken. It's fucking broken. Look. It says 0, but then I go to plug it in. And it won't charge. We're going to try it and see if it charges. We'll see if it charges. And then if that works, I will personally set up another Discord link and I will put it out there. And that was basically like, I wanted everyone to, do I have bank? I don't even have a bank account. I owe the federal government like $150. Guys, it's charging. I just needed to take the SIM card out. So this is my phone where I was reacting to videos. I got this second phone so I could, we were doing First Amendment audit reacts. Fuck the government. No, I think, when I was 19, I was staying at my friend's dad's house and they had me on a bunch of different medications. I was on and off like 3 different heavy meds. And I just got a girlfriend and a dog. For some reason, I got a girlfriend and she got me a dog. So I was like half in and half out of consciousness the whole time. And then my girlfriend was in high school, so I'd find her talking to a bunch of high schoolers on her phone on Snapchat, and then she would go hang out with people, and I was really mad. I didn't know what to do. She did cheat on me once later, but at the time I don't know I have no way to tell. You know, people lie. So I don't know what isn't true, but I know she had trauma. Like she had sexual abuse trauma. So she wasn't I wasn't worried about her going out and being a hoe, is what I'm saying. But it was also difficult to deal with her. She was more like cheating, where she saw like every interaction with a guy on the internet as a possible love story. So she's a very poetic, beautiful person that would be a great author. But when she fell asleep, I'd open her phone and I'm like, she's playing 16 different characters in 16 different romance movies over Snapchat. And I am an ancient woodland god. So I'm not seeing the little romance stories. I'm just seeing the the basic thing is that there's probably some sort of sexual energy connection building between them. Now I would call it a relationship. I think that's just called a relationship or a friendship, but I saw it as the energy between them because I grew up alone in the woods. So I was a little retarded from the meds. One time I went to fill up gas and I forgot that I was filling up gas. So I was filling up. I was going to do it all the way to full. And I was so stressed out about trying to figure out how to drive because my mind wasn't working from the medication. And I was trying to get across town that I literally forgot that I was pumping gas. And I just took off with the gas pump still in the tank, pumping gas. So I made it all the way to I made it all the way through town, and then I figured it out, and they already clocked my license plate, called the cops, and the cops called me, and I owed them a lot of money. They said there's a tiny little replacement pin that costs a shit ton to manufacture, and it's very difficult to get it because it doesn't normally come in the truck, so you have to order a new one, which means they have to literally go to a forge and make a new one. But that could have been hogwash. I don't know. But they charged me a shit ton of money, and I never paid it. So it's been slowly building up. And then I think at one point, after it's been 6 years now, in a couple months it'll have been 6 years. So I think they finally gave up. So at some point they overdrafted me, and then they overdrafted me to a point it got to 150, and I think they stopped at 150. But if they kept going, I would owe them like $20,000 because they were charging me like 150 every month. And then finally, after like a couple years, I think they waived it. Like I used to let my mom pander to people that I was a schizophrenic. Like I used to let her play into it, and I'd allow her to go call people and be like, "He's a schizophrenic. Don't take pity on the poor soul." And I'm like, I knew what I did. I knew what I did. I'll do it again. I'll do it right now. But to get me out of trouble, like speeding tickets and obvious, because I used to drive a Dodge Magnum, and in Vermont, a Dodge Magnum will run you, like to have the car that I had cost me about $7,000. So in Vermont money, $7,000 is like 3 years worth of work. If you don't have like a trade, if you're just a regular Joe Schmo at the gas station, you're not buying a $7,000 car. Not in your first year. If you have an apartment, your gas station work is getting you that apartment, and then every now and then you can buy a new video game to play. And that's pretty much it. You have to find other means to make money. If it's not learning a trade. So for me to have a Dodge Magnum, and I got it because I blew up on Dogecoin. I made $12,000 in Dogecoin. So I spent $3,000 on my car, and then $2,000 in repairs, and $900 of that was my grandfather. But that type of car, plus I look like this, plus I had a gold chain, plus I have the neck tattoo, and my hair, I had shaved head a little bit, and I had that snapback on backwards. Driving a Dodge Magnum, and I had tin boots and black and gold jacket. Everywhere I went, the cops would pull me over and manufacture crimes and try to instigate me into reacting in a way that might be considered disorderly or reckless. So they would purposely try to instill fear in me and play these horrible games that they're used to playing with people that do drugs and are part of the criminal enterprise. But what they were doing it to is a traumatized child fighting for his life, trying to maintain his mind through horrific circumstances. So they just added more onto me. So then
I would just give up. I'm not going to pay any speeding tickets. I'm not going to deal with the cops. I don't care. So I went to I've been to county like 10 times now for like missing court. And then when they show up, I give them a hard time. And a couple of times was considered excessive force. And a couple of times was considered resisting arrest. But for the most part, things are mellowed out. I just have a prosecutor that gives me shit about my YouTube channel every time now. Every time I go to court, my prosecutor down in Orange County talks a lot of shit, and he fucks with me. And he does it. It's just it's scummy behavior, man. It's scummy. And he knows it. He knows he's a piece of trash. He's a piece of trash. I don't care how much money he makes. Look what I'm doing with nothing. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Six? What's happening? I walked down Venice Beach in 2017, and one guy offered me acid. I turned around, and Ray William Johnson was standing right next to me. Just standing there. And then he walked away. Ray William Johnson was my favorite. He was the first YouTuber that I watched. Every Tuesday, my mom and I would buy a pizza from the local pizza place, and we would sit down and watch Equals 3. And he'd go, what's happening for him? But Equals 3, 11-3, sideways, equals 3, like adding up all the dates in numerology until it equals 3. And his name is what, guys? What's his name? Ray William. And now we know Johnson is a big part of Casey's overarching narrative of his life story. He's just another character in the life God gifted me. Can you feel me? Can you smell me? There's 41 milligrams of caffeine per 12 fluid ounce serving. Okay. My phone is charging. The phone is charging. So my phone just completely stopped working right when I needed it to call the select board, which forced me, if my phone hadn't just quit the bucket, to magically start working again. Kick the bucket. I would have stayed in Johnson. I would have stayed up there. Probably would have gotten a job. I would have moved into the forest. And I would have never come down here and met this woman who coincidentally wants to be a landscaper in Johnson. Now, we have somebody in this chat who I lived with for a couple months in 2021 whose husband started out with no job, I think, and then became a truck driver, and now he's very, I don't know, Heather, is he very successful as a landscaper? And now he's starting to, I think everybody in that house is starting to make content, which is sort of like they have a house on a hill overlooking a town where there's no, Heather, is there, from where you're sitting in your house on that hill, in that valley, in that West Virginian kind of, I think they're surrounded by mountains on all sides. So they're in this little crater valley. And it's just a very small West Virginian town where there's like the regular small town, and then the extension is like it's like very simple, like the simplest architecture you can think of, like box houses that look like a hurricane could knock them over. Those are their like development houses. So there's like a couple of streets full of just basically wooden boxes that people are living in. And they're on this big hill on a night I'd call it a nice house, overlooking the entire town. And the town has a very significant name I won't name just in case for their privacy, but Bryan means hill, and their last name translates to Green Mountains.
And I don't remember my Wi-Fi password, so I'm going to put my SIM card back in this one, now that I know that it works. Push it to the limit. So I have somebody else here who is also a successful landscaper that I just met that says that she gets work. Hold up. She said that she goes to the homeless shelter and she picks people up and she teaches them how to work, and then she pays them at the end of the day per day, which is what I was trying to, that's the best solution I found to homelessness in order to get people motivated to work, is that it has to be a per day basis. Which that's what they do in cities, like up immigrants outside the Home Depot to work on construction sites. That's what they do. But I was thinking, you can make that into a nonprofit where you get paid to pay them plus more, and you specifically go to kids in a youth shelter that are on drugs. But what I've noticed about small towns is that they pride themselves on making very slow progress to enjoy every minute. Grand, big ideas about making big changes, they tend to shut you down. And they like to talk about very simple, stupid stuff to me. Like, I talked for 20 minutes to those cops driving me down from Johnson about tons of different stuff and my story and what I've been through. Lots of cool stuff. It's like he hired a cat. They wouldn't sort it. They would bat it around. There's a Masonic temple in town. I don't know exactly what they were doing, but I know that the Masons built the country, and I know that the Masons, or the country, was responsible for hundreds of millions of children being raped and women killed and men tortured and slaughtered and gutted like fish, and they would eat the corpses and shit, just trying different ways to gain spiritual power until they perfected the craft. But I'm sure they perfected the craft a long time ago, like back before Egypt. So it's probably just the 33rd degree level information. Okay, so now that I'm here, and I have my broken phone. I was trying to read chat and I was trying to type out paragraphs to people, and I couldn't see what I was doing. So we want the Discord link. I have 12 hours until I have to leave, unless I call economic services. People hate my hair, man. I love my hair. I'm just drained. I'm becoming more like a robot person because I'm getting rid of all my energy. So people tend to tune in when it looks like this. Plus, let's get that nice lighting. What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I have $10. What time is it? It's 11. There's nothing open around. I don't need food. I had a lot last night. I don't know. I'm in crypto groups. I just tried to do a Discord group where you post pictures of yourself and people rate you. And nobody rated my picture I just posted. Which one of you is where? There's nobody here. It's my mom and Heather, man. Or Christina. Christina asked me a question. Hold up. I will answer your question in a minute. I'm getting my Discord invite link. It's not fucking snowing. It says it's snowing, gang. I feel bad, man. Battle sent me $10. And I don't know. I hope they do, man. I hope they do. I hope that Battle has some form of income, and I don't know. I don't want him to be scraping and suffering. But I might spend it on maybe they have at Walmart, they have nice portable, like real deal for $25. But I could get 2 and pocket 1, buy 1. So it's less obvious. 34 people saw me fail to do 50 push-ups this morning. And I said I was going to do 1,000 push-ups today. And then I've drank 4 liters of soda, and I had a whole pizza. And then because I downloaded the app, they gave me some free chicken. And because that other person I met today, or I talked to today, she also bought a pizza, so I was able to get a deal on the flatbread. So I ate a whole pizza and flatbread. So I feel like every time I stand up, I feel like I'm. Do you guys feel that way? You stand up too fast and the blood rushes to your head and you're suddenly extremely dizzy and you feel like reality isn't real and nothing makes sense. It's like standing up too fast, the blood rushes to your head and it's like you bit the apple of forbidden knowledge. And then all of a sudden you can't. It's like hard to move. Does anybody else feel that way? Where we're like slowly being degenerated by some type of nanoparticle virus that makes me look youthful and attractive, but it sits atop my brain like a fungus. And then when I break free and I like push the blood up through my blood-brain barrier, it's hard to function because everybody else is possessed by it. So when you break out of it, don't I look like the amalgamation? Remember when I posted those pictures of the cops that were torturing me every day, stalking and harassing me, that violated my rights, solicited trespasses, which is a felony? I feel like I'm starting to look a lot less like me, and that's because I used to meditate every day. Remember when I would just stare at the camera and I could move my eye up and down and I could move the position of my cheeks like a skinwalker? It feels like my face is naturally morphed sort of to like the amalgamation of all those haters that were projecting at me and torturing me. And I say torture, and I know that my prosecutor made a joke because the cops made me get on my knees, and in order to breathe, I had to put a bottle of water in my mouth and drown myself, coughing up, trying to get the water into my nose and mouth to stop the burning because I couldn't breathe. So I was calling that torture. So my prosecutor made a joke in the courtroom where he sat there and paused for a second and went, drip, 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 because that's water torture. But it could have been the judge, because the judge talked to a guy who had a charge for driving recklessly with fentanyl in his system, where he could have killed a child. And the judge was like, I'm going to give you a really light sentence. I know you're suffering from an addiction, and I want to tell you that there's hope out there and to really be the change, and you can make a change in your life, and I have faith in you. And then I came for trespassing on property that I was only trespassed for because I was singing indigenous songs. And the governor of Vermont said, get this engine to stop squawking on our property. And then a hurricane came because I had lost my car because I texted the police, or I called the police and said, hey, thank you for letting my car stay in this park and ride for 2 months. Somebody's coming to buy it in a couple of days, just to let you know. Thank you for not causing me more trouble. Then they towed it within a half hour of me calling them. The police stole my car because they knew I was about to get money from it. So they took it for themselves from me, for whatever reason. So I had nowhere else to go but to that property because I thought there was a tornado coming. My phone, which didn't have service, I had to use Wi-Fi with Text Now to call the police from McDonald's. It's what the fuck? Who the fuck is this? Is that a picture of me? Casey. Who the fuck is this? I've never seen you before. Are you one of the cops? Are you fucking with me? I'm your fan. Appreciate it, man. I'm a shell of what I once was. You should have seen me when I was 17. Okay, I'm dropping the Discord link right now. And I'm going to put Discord link for the banished to crawl from the pits of mediocrity. The pits of mediocrity. There we go. Publicized. No. Yeah, I just did it. You can't stop me. I just did it, man. It's posted. There's nothing we can do. What was I saying? What the fuck was I saying? Oh, Vermont State. The cops. So it went to their impound lot. I called them. Every time I called them, they ignored my calls. Then I snuck down to Capstone and I had Casey. That was literally what I was about to say when Casey here popped up in the chat. Casey called them and they answered right away. And then Casey said, I'm here with Casey O'Brien. And they went, and I could feel the anger and the hostility through the phone. And then Casey had pleaded for me, and the cops were like, they were kind of under the lines. Yeah, I don't think we really mind dropping it back off in town. But they were mad because I was making content about a cop that was treating me like a nut job and had tried to violate my Fourth Amendment right by searching me illegally without my consent or any probable cause just because I was walking down the street. So I said that, and then I also said that a woman got dropped off by the cops and said that they had sexually abused her and then left her to die at the park and ride. And she needed help calling her father, and I watched her change her life. And I've been through enough that I could recognize at least the actual pain going on inside that woman. So I didn't really say that they did it. I said that that happened. And then in a separate short, I said that the cops themselves in general participate in the biggest industry in the world, sex trafficking, and the second biggest industry, drug trafficking, and that it's probably pretty easy to assume that in Vermont, where you don't make a lot of money, where police make double what everybody else here is making, and you only have to do 6 weeks to become a cop, if there's a lot of bad cops that get even more money just to make sure that the people know where their patrol routes are. So they have a second phone. Probably this is what I would do. I would buy a second phone that's not tied to me. I would have somebody I don't necessarily interact with all the time, say like a friend's younger brother that I trust. I would be texting him on this phone, on my second phone. Then I would have them let him know to let everyone else know that the police will be over here. The ATF will be searching a fake car while with like maybe a little bit of coke in it, while 650 bags of heroin go down that way to get from Canada down to Boston, to get through Brattleboro to Boston, Manchester, New Hampshire, Albany, New York, Connecticut, Springfield, Mass, New York City. It only takes 6 weeks to become a cop. So I said that that's probably the case, and that's probably why they're so crazy, is because they probably do drugs. And then they took my car. And then the guy I was talking about beat and possibly raped his wife, who was also a cop. And that cop that got hurt by the other cop that I made content about, she was probably one of the nicest officers I've ever met. She seemed small town. She seemed to really care about me in a way that nobody else did. She bought me a coffee. She had the tow company come and take my car, and the tow company did a horrible job, but she didn't have control over that. And then a lot of shit happened that I should probably sit down and write about. But basically a guy that runs a tow company named Kyle Blakeman showed up, and I told him my spiel and my story, and he blew up on Facebook telling the whole town where I was and that I'm there, and not really anything else. He didn't say I was a good person, even though you can probably assume I'm a good person. This is exactly how I was talking. Just maybe a bit deeper tone because I was more animalistic. So it was less like I'm spewing out water and more like I was throwing punches when I spoke. You know what I'm saying? So, and it was much different then. My hair wasn't the same. I was wearing raggedy clothes. I was living in the back of a car, terrified of the cops coming out and people with guns. But he basically didn't help me at all, and he made it seem like he was helping me a lot. And he sort of virtue signaled to the whole town. So instead of all the energy that would have went to helping me, he made it seem like he was helping me. So everybody was like hyping him up, and he like probably would have made the news, like a local news, trying to get like one of those things, you know, like where he puts himself higher, profiting off of my pain and suffering. When in reality, they didn't do shit to me. They promised me an RV and never showed up. They said they were going to get me a free RV so that I could continue doing crypto trading, and I could save up for a solar panel and Skyroam internet so that I could sit in there with a portable power station every day, get my McDonald's food, and sit there and do crypto trading back when I was seeing kids go from $500 to $20,000 in a period of a week and a half. And I turned 500 into 2,500 before my computer shit the bucket, which I have my computer here, but it's been through four hurricanes now. I don't know if there's anything left in there. And I don't know where. Shit, I have man, I fucked it. I don't want to blame the cops, but it is the cops' fault. They did 85% of my trauma has come from police. Just unnecessarily trying to destroy my mind. And they won't stop until they get me in a certain state that they can perpetuate for fun. That's what I'm talking about. Psychological torture of people with mental illness that only the cops and the homeless people understand, because everybody else is deluded in their job, in their home life, that they don't have the care to put that in their mind and start to think about what it might be like. I don't know who this guy is, but in the exact moment that I was going to bring up another person in my life named Casey that had helped me in the past, right before I name dropped the name Casey, this Casey commented for the first time ever. There's nowhere in the world that would be able to know that I was about to say the word Casey and was able to post and pop up on the screen right before I said it. So I don't know, is that taking my attention away to siphon spiritual currency? Is it some form of something on the other end revealing that it's able to monitor my thoughts? Is it just serendipity that we're all part of an overarching composer of this life, so all of us are sort of like fingers of the same hand? So just the electrical stimulation from God came through at the perfect time in a predestined setup situation for him to make an entire account based off of me, just to comment at this one moment, and that's the introduction that we have, is right before I say the name Casey. Is it an educational experience for me to offer a different perspective on reality by giving you these truths with obvious evidence in your face? Or is it that I'm dreaming and none of this is real, and it's all some alien VR headset, and I got the longest straw because of suffering I've endured longer in the game? Like, I've been around long enough, maybe. Why is it my real name? So why is it my real name is suggesting that his real name might be Casey? Okay, I want to pick Battle for Your Brain. I think once we get a computer set, I'm just worried that they're going to kill us. I don't know. I figured it might be Larry. I figured it was Larry. I thought it was Larry. At midnight, I'm going to have to be quiet because people are trying to sleep. I don't know if they can hear me. You miss Larry? You're talking to Larry. Why is it my real name? You're the only communication we have to the people that I've blocked. Are they in a group chat? How did you find Larry? How did you know about Larry? How do we like my new profile picture with the shit brown background color of the live? How are we feeling about everything and anything? Who here does art? Tommy Cook? Yeah, so it... Who the fuck are you? Why is it my real name? How old are you? Where the fuck do you live? I don't want your address, but like, what area of the world? Well, I'm looking for people that do art to work with me on designing merch. And it's not like fan art. Like, it would be like, you help me and we'll find a way to get you commission at some point. I don't know how or when or where or what, but I have things where I like sort of like a prompt where I'm working on stuff. If I had, I mean, That might be better. I wish that I could. I wish I had scaffolding here, so that I could have a porch to sit outside. The Discord link is up. It's on my community tab on my channel. Patra. Tattoo yourself and others. Well, I mean, if you want to make like a merch collection, or I mean, I need a 3. I mean, from here I might be able to do it. Okay. We're gonna have to figure this out. They got me a nice room. They got me a nice private room out here. I don't want to give it up. For the banished to crawl, because I've banished you. I've banished Larry. I accidentally banished the native juice, and I can't find the native juice's profile. I've banished Titty Boy LaCroix. No, Archer. No, James 007. No, Bear Grylls. Bear. Beep 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 beep. The birds make computer generated. Okay, that's how we feel. So we're trying. That's just how we feel, guys. That's how we feel. That's how we feel, guys. They're here. It's like beep 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 beep. But basically, yeah, I ban people that are condescending. I ban people that tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Ask me how. Like, don't say, hey, you should comb your hair. Say, why haven't you combed your hair? You know what I'm saying? Why are you a loser instead of you're a fucking loser? Larry said some shit. Larry said, he went, I was like, the crows won't stop screaming at me all day. And every time I feel good, they drain me of my life force. And I wake up feeling literal pain. It hurts. They scream at me until I feel like I'm completely gone inside. Like they've just came in and ripped it out. And sometimes I can literally feel it. And I have dreams that they're doing it. And I wake up and they're doing it. And it hurts. And I just wish that, and Larry went, actually, they like peanuts. And I was like, you dork. It's irrelevant. And I think he kept saying, he was just kind of a little condescending. He was telling me I was afraid of the studio and that he was going to best me in battle and other things of that nature, where it was like kind of competitive and talking about music, talking about my music in like a, I don't know what he was trying to do, but it was giving weed addiction, and it was giving, he reminded me of my friend Phoenix, who had a drug problem. He would like, I would like go for, I used to walk around town with Phoenix, and we had to stop after every city block so we could take a hit from his bong. So it was like -5, and I had to teach Phoenix how to put his sleeping bag over his shoulders and then how to lift it up while holding onto it so that you could flip your backpack over so that you could wear it like a cape and walk around with your arms free, but also have the blanket over you to block the wind chill and to wear it like a hood. So we were walking around with hoods, and I had this Walmart blanket. Right here that I would wear. Like this. And I had a baseball bat in my backpack, and I had a machete on my belt loop. And we would walk around, and I would just talk to him. I was trying to exercise, work out my problems, see the town. I had blisters so bad, eventually they had to peel my socks off, and it took somebody 45 minutes with like lotion and soap and shit, and they had to clean my feet, and it hurt so bad. I was like, it's worse than the neck tattoo.
What? Why he ain't hit it while you was riding? What the fuck does that mean? He was trying to get you in the stew and you said no? Where the fuck does he live? Oh. There's an old girl that I slept with once that I feel is monitoring my spirit. We will go out for a cigarette in a little bit. My phone's at 1%. By the grace of God, I've plugged my phone charger back in. Oh no, it's gonna do this. Birds of a feather, we should stick together, I know. Man, something is communicating with me from the electromagnetic spectrum. And it's telling me of this girl that's also a Sagittarius, and it's playing me Billie Eilish music called Birds of a Feather, and it's telling me that we're Sagittarius and we should stick together. It's suggesting me a girl that I should pursue dating. Maybe not, maybe just spend time with. I really like her. She's pretty cool. Okay. That's why is my... You guys can see in real time that I was like, why are you burning me? And then it started to itch. Why he ain't hit it while you was riding is crazy. Why he ain't hit it while you was riding is a crazy statement. I can't remember what I was saying before I got... I was wearing this. Yeah, Phoenix had to stop. It was -4, and he couldn't make it down the street without having to stop multiple times to take a hit of the bong in front of the entire city of like hippie liberal Vermonters. And we looked like this out of our minds, but not so far in our minds that we seemed out of our minds. And then Phoenix later went into an abandoned school that was like 6 stories high. No, it was like 12 stories high. And they went to the top floor. I'll save it for the book. I'll save it for my book. But I also went to Phoenix, Arizona. And then my copycat foster brother that thought that he was me and kept telling me, I'm you, I'm stealing you from you, I'm going to become you. We're going to swap souls. You know, like a schizophrenic would say. And he ran down, he like took a bus down to Phoenix and just moped around for no reason. And then had to come back. And then when I was dealing with people that were trying to kill me, one of my ops' little brothers showed up on acid outside my apartment, and he was friends with my foster brother. So my foster brother was sleeping on my couch. So they came in, and one of the kids' names was Phoenix. And my mom, for my birthday, or for Christmas a couple years ago, got me this giant Phoenix tapestry that was above my studio. So there was like all these different references to Phoenix, and then there's this kid named Phoenix. His name was Phoenix Drake. And his mom's name, her last name is Griffin. So it's a guy named Phoenix Drake from a family members whose last name are Drake and Griffin. Drake means dragon, but it also means duck, and he looks kind of like a bird. You know what I'm saying? So it's very eerie that the chat has just died. I don't like where they went. I don't know why is it my real name? I'm not gonna lie, why is it my real name? When people talk in caps like that, it reminds me of my exes. So sometimes I think that why is it my real name is like a girl, but I don't know for sure. My Discord link is free. It's up there. We're gonna go check my Discord right now. They're here. He's designing for me?
What is he designing? What are you designing, Larry? Who am I? What have I become? My sweetest friend, everyone I love. I can't tell if I'm evolving into a better person or if I'm settling into someone I never liked in the first place. Hold up. Check playmaking. Ain't nobody wearing that. How we feel? How we feel? What up, Larry? You were the butt of the joke for a while. We're not serious. We don't mean nothing. No, but for real, Larry just put my face on a shirt that says how we feel. Would you guys wear that? Would you guys wear a picture of my face that says how we feel? So for the merch, there's a specific shirt I want, and I've been trying to find the manufacturer for it. It's the same manufacturer that makes the Huel brand shirts, which is really nice. And then I'm also trying to get that thicker. I think Larry actually has the same the type of shirt that I'm looking at. That no, it's not. It's just a regular. It is. I want that oversized T-shirt, but the one that's sort of it just seems thicker, like rougher, even though it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like I should be taking screenshots when I'm scrolling and I find people wearing that type of shirt. So I'm gonna look up oversized T-shirt. All right, that's kind of what we're looking at. For anyone that lives in cities, this is a big moment for me. That I have people that know what they're doing, and I've spent years like hoping that I finally have people that can do things, that want to do things. Why does it? My real name is right. They know the type of shirt that I'm talking about. Westy just landed. What up, Westy? This feels amazing. This feels amazing, guys. Now imagine if I had a pull-up. Imagine if I brought a bench press in here and a pull-up and dip bar. Now I have access. I have an army of homeless people. I'm in the bed. So my dad, whenever my dad's in the homeless programs, he always gets a motel room that looks just like where I'm at. We always get the corner office. Every single time they give me and my dad the corner office. So I have the corner office here at my desk, and I have access to probably the most resourceful, the most compassionate, if they weren't possessed by the mind flayer, and probably the most badass, some of the most badass members of Vermont. the crackheads. This is they're all the butt. Not the I want to say the butt of the joke. They're not the butt of the joke. They are amalgamated here. They're all here for the next 2 months. So the problem is that I just need to survive not getting mugged on my way out to, like, if I smoke a cigarette out there and I'm out of the camera and then there's somebody that wants this nice coat, you know what I'm saying? I have to figure that out. But I have the potential, because I probably care about these people more than the rest of the state. I'm not gonna lie. I can't fucking stand them. Being around them makes my skin crawl. I feel like it's the worst thing I've ever experienced, where I feel the vicious, disgusting genetics of what they've had to endure, plus all the drugs they've taken has morphed them into this monster. That they're still able to talk to you normally, but there's this like deep ingrained discipline from what they've been doing that I hate. But I have access to them. So I have the potential to create a movement right here. So I have art that I want made that I could probably draw. And I think if I took the time, I could make it, or I could at least make the outline enough that people can figure it out. But I have cool stuff I want to do. I have to take my inhaler. I don't have to take it. Should I call you the wall dwellers? The ones over the wall. The wildlings? Growth goals and accountability. It's popping. That's how I feel. Shit's popping off. Okay. Okay. Now I can duplicate the channel. There we go. And we'll call it what the fuck? The Banished. Okay. Now how do I make a tier? I need a lot of people to make a tier system? Because I want to make, why is it my real name? I want to give you the title of Ranger. Like in Game of Thrones when they sent people over the wall to discourse with the wildlings. I'll drop you 100 trips to get to the homeless army. Yeah, I have to figure out what I want on there. I was thinking homeless is the new black. Or maybe a picture of like angry cops that are like half gnarled into like these disgusting, sort of like the monsters from Until Dawn, the game they made after Until Dawn, where it was werewolves. Sequel. The Quarry. The Quarry. Werewolf. Yeah. Something that looks like this. Where like the cops are like a disgusting half amalgamate, like this werewolf thing in the police uniforms, where they're like half possessed by the monster and like hungry with their cuffs and their taser, trying to get a homeless person, but then the homeless person is like crucified position with like this glowing golden aura, like Goku kind of, with like the shining golden light, and the cops are like, ah. And then it says homeless is the new black. And then I had like a crying child with pepper spray in his eyes, curled up sideways in the fetal position. And it's like half cartoony a little bit, sort of like Diary of a Wimpy Kid meets realism cartoon. And then I have cops are like vintage Renaissance demonic, like those old Renaissance paintings, the demons that would crawl on people in the Renaissance paintings, and the girls are with their tits out like, ah. I want the cops like that, sort of crawling on the kid, trying to like get his legs in place, and he's like got this sick smile, like I'm like that feral hunger, like I'm so happy, I'm about to get it. And then the other cop is putting the cuffs on him, and he's like stomping on his like knee on the back, and just really into it, angry like that. And then the fat white townspeople on the side laughing with their phones out and their flashlights on, while the kids in the woods and the crows are watching from the trees, and they're in a tree line. And then I want giving up is unlawful, or giving up is a crime. And then I want shirts that the problem. So how do we feel about the homeless? The movement right now is there are people that hate the homeless and they want them gone, and there are people that have been homeless that are suffering, that know that this is a battle that they're fighting, that at the other end of it is a new society based on compassion and kindness, because they've learned what the people in the town don't understand. So it's literally this kind of overgrowth of a new reality based on the pain and suffering they endured. Like there's seeds that have been planted, that if we can just cultivate and grow them, they will become the new world, because they'll understand what it's like. Whereas the other people, and they're like, why are we coddling the homeless? No, you are working as a slave to be able to coddle yourself while these people are suffering. And some of them, it's a spectrum. Some of them are like the 30-year-old guy that deals drugs and does drugs, and he's just generally a piece of shit. And then there are some people that are like that woman that we met, who probably is on and off with drugs, but she's also a caring, very caring person. I love life, or life is a gift. I'm blessed, or life is a blessing. And then, is Heather here? Yeah, I want to give. They're going to be titles. Someone's going to be Ranger. And I found that the only way that I feel like I can get along with people is if we have a movement. So Heather, are you actually interested in sewing and embroidery? Like, are you like down where you want to pursue males? Is that like an actual something you're generally interested in? Before I like I'm like, maybe in the future we can make this happen with Heather. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. But you said you had an interest in it. Okay. An embroidery. I mean, I have something I want to buy. Let me check Marketplace. Because there's something I wanted to make for the people that have been along this journey for this year. I have an idea of things that I want to. It is technically a product, because like I don't know how much it would charge to get. I just charge shipping. But it's something really cool that would only be appreciated by people that were here for the journey. They got to watch me schizo rant for 6 months in this cool story. But I don't know if I need a computer for that. I'm starting to get through to people on Facebook. Okay, there is a computer for $250 nearby, but I might be able to fix mine for cheaper. The guitar, the total, there's two guitars that I want, and the ones that I feel like I'd like, and those for both of them would be $450, which is just a week of work. If I can find work, it's just 1 week of work, and then however much it's going to take to go down. Probably I'd have to either find a way to ship both of them here, or I'd have to go down to Worcester, Mass, which is 8 hours from here. But they don't make Stella guitars anymore, and they definitely don't make the other one that I saw. They're two different brands of Stellas, and that's what I would really want for this homeless movement. I mean, there are things I want to make that would take more tailoring, like different jackets I want to make. If I had like a brand of coat, that would take someone that understands how to tailor, and then it would take specific fabrics and figuring out embroidery and embossing, and then how to use the sewing, how to sew the different patterns in there. But this woman, I forgot her name, but she told me, all right, cool, let's keep going. It's 11:44, right? Right when you sent that. She says that she knows how to make a business legally. Life is a gift. I don't know. I don't like the inhaler shit. This is the shirt that I'm looking for. That heavy duty shirt that it's like just on the border between where it's like you wear clothes, but it feels like it's armor, but it's not over the top. You're good. You're good, man. Did somebody do? How the fuck did you guys make emojis? How the fuck do you already have Casey emojis? I've made something. I can't stop. It's out of control. So we're gonna make a duplicate chat on playmaking, and we're gonna call it Kingdom Clothes. Kingdom. We'll call it. That's not what I'm gonna be calling it. Okay. I saw something wrap around the side of my eye, and a little flicker of light, like a little fairy, told me that I should just call it what I want to call it. But I always have trouble. I don't like sharing my ideas with people until I finish it. But I will do it. So this is what I was going to call my clothing company. What the fuck is going on? Are you guys in like... Do you guys have a separate Discord about me already? Who the fuck is on the other end of this? I have 500 subscribers. I have 500 subscribers, and I have prosecutors that are middle-aged in the court. There are a couple Casey emojis. What is happening? How do I find these emojis? Find the emote Casey. If I just type in Casey in stickers. What the fuck have you guys been saying about me in these Discord groups?
Man, you guys better not be if I find my nudes on the internet, we're suing Larry. If I find a picture of my dick on the internet, we know who it was. They are in our other Discord. Westy. You're a pure-hearted case, I promise. You're what? My Johnson, Vermont. I want into this. Let me in this Discord, and then I will leave. I just got a notification on my Cash App. Did some of you send me money? No, Westy sent me 10, and Battle sent me 10. And Battle's name is Ryan. That must have, if Ryan was watching the my best performance, was it my best performance stream? I think it was. There were like 4 different strangers walked up and started talking about people named Ryan. My friend Ryan from my hometown dropped an album that night. I hit like a milestone on the song I posted with my other friend Ryan, Shot for Shot. Plus a cop from my hometown showed up and we talked about another cop named Ryan that did me wrong years ago. So that was probably like hammering a nail into this guy's brain about the truth of reality. Okay, what am I doing? I'm going on Discord. One of my haters is on Messenger. That's also what the Facebook group was for. Is that when people talk shit on the internet? Lord Droll, who the fuck are you? Lord Droll. Welcome to my kingdom, Lord Droll. I'm an ancient dragon, and I've just created an army. That very quickly may spiral out of control. I have no idea who Ethan's Corner. Casey shit posting. I don't want to look at this. Esoteric schizophrenic. Who made this? And how did you guys find each other? Westy, Steven. What the fuck? Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. We love Casey here. Thank you, man. You are well renowned over here. I appreciate it. I'm not completely a nut job. This is like Christmas, man. Let's get you guys all rich. Let's get everybody money. Big women, big fun. Let's get everybody a property out in the woods. And then who the fuck is Bert? Should we add Creole author to this? Bert Bronx. My grandfather's from Bronx. And Brian Baru is 2 B's. And I had a dream once that Blake Backer tried to steal my energy, and I had to follow him through his dream
into a Walmart and I had to let him use my power for a video, and then at the very end of it, he didn't deserve it, so I took it back from him, and then he just faded out of the YouTube algorithm. He's just stopped being a big YouTuber. Literally right after I had the dream where I took my power back from him, because he used to inspire, like through 2022, he was like one of my biggest inspirations. These Caseys and these people with the names, like Blake Backert is a big Irish guy. Storming across the place when I was obsessively posting about Brian Boru on Facebook. Okay. It's 11:53. We'll go out at 12:30 maybe to have a little smoky smoke. My Dr. Thunder is right there. I'm checking CoStar to see CoStar says revealing your true self is a risk, but hiding it is a bigger threat to your well-being. I can feel my friend Nate is very excited. I don't know if he's my friend. I don't know how I feel about that shit. Leave the past in the past. Have a little bit of pizza crust. This. Okay. So we're brainstorming what messages would we put on a shirt to sell as in a movement where tons of people will buy them very quickly, because it's called virtue signaling. So right now the niche is that there's tons of people that are upset about how the homeless are treated, but there's no real voice for them. And there's a big movement against them called Planet Hank. And he spray painted over all my green hearts. People used to leave me all the time. No, they used to leave me spray painted green hearts around my hometown when I went to college, when I got over the brain injury, when I got a car for the second time and I started performing at Oakledge, when I survived homelessness and I made statewide news. I was on the news. I'll show you the article. I made the news. And every time I come back to my hometown, a new one has popped up. It's in my mind. I earned it through lifetimes of conquering, and now I've incarnated here in the most perfect time to be alive, in the transition from Pisces into Aquarius. The Sagittarius, Taurus rising, 33 life path, born in the 11th, the literally oldest soul possible according to the ancient teachings. And I'm here yelling at crows and complaining on the internet. And going back and forth with prideful narcissists about random shit while there's people overdosing on heroin right next to me in the other room. Real up. Who the fuck is Bert? Bert and Ernie. Bert and Ethan. This is where Ethan came from. This is where Ethan came from. Man, you have a trauma dump chat? Who's managing this one? And would they like mod in the other one? Okay. Would someone like mod in the other? We're going to figure out. Your hair to locks of love. Thank you, Mr. Dragon. I'm growing my hair out because I wanted to see what it was like, and I've never met anyone else that has done has grown their hair out like this. And what I found is that at least in the summertime, if I'm eating healthy and I'm hydrated and I'm in the sunlight, everything that I've been through, because when you're homeless and you're traveling and you have nothing and nobody, I got teeth. You go through trauma. Oh yeah, thank you. You go through trauma that degrades you, and you sort of become like this shell of who you were, and then every moment of every day, you have to you have to put yourself back together, and you have to stay something long enough so that you're able to take in your senses and then put something back out, so that you're not just an empty vessel just standing around, because then you're liable to get raped, shot. You become a bitch. You're a mark. People will take advantage of you. Pedophiles will try to use you as a whole. You know what I'm saying? So I had to like keep pushing and I have dreams, and I have tons of songs that I've made, and I have TV shows I've written that I'm working on. I have a book that's fading in and out of existence in my mind I'm trying to make, that the rain keeps destroying my notebooks. And I have people that I have to save. I have a whole state of people I love that I've watched get taken by the mind flare. So I've pushed myself for probably 10 years. Since I went into DCF and homelessness, I was just pushing and pushing and pushing. And then I tried to get in with stand-up comedy. I tried to get in with pickup artistry. I tried to get in with live streaming. I tried to get in with music, animation. I tried to get in with all, and I've gone down like the country avenue, like the things that I make in my life sort of become people that are globally famous. So I sit alone in the most simple life possible, which is just wandering around trying to save the world. And I end up creating and daydreaming and creating myself. And then some horrible traumatic thing would happen, and then I would be left lifeless again. And I'm like, where did I go? I was this character that was doing these things, and I was dating a girl, and I had a whole life built. And then it was just ripped from me, and now I don't even feel like anything towards the people I'm around. I feel like I'm foreign to the world again, and I just have to get up. And the universe sort of shifted me, like literally kicks me out of places, or I have to fight for my life against people that are bigger than me, and I'll wind up forcibly into situations, and there's just an overarching pattern to that behavior that I've been able to articulate now, that has let me see a greater sense of the grand design of the universe, and I'm able to pick out proof of God like this now. So part of that was that I've noticed I decided to grow my hair out because I knew ahead of time that this year would be the year for Indigenous people, 2024 through 2020. This story from 2020, but mostly 2022, like the tail end of 2022, through 2025 at least, I knew was going to be Irish Indigenous. I knew that. Whether I created that because I knew that I had created Kendrick Curry, Cassius Culpepper, Kurt Cobain. My group was called the Kingdom of Creative Champions. I fought like hell for years in my year of the cat, where you're supposed to be in your year of the cat, everything shows up. Like Michael Jordan got his worldly fame in his year of the cat. Casey Rocket, all these different, there's like a list of hundreds of people that all coincidentally blew up right when astrology and numerology and Vietnamese zodiacs said they would blow up. They blew up. Hundreds of people that are worldly famous, like Elon Musk level famous. They're all there. And there was a guy named GG33 that picked it out. Before GG33, there was a guy named Gary Gay III and John Michael, and then GG33 and John Zerka came into my life the same way that those two came into my life. They came into my life like a level higher. And I dealt with them the way that I learned through the people from the past that had the same themes and motifs. That's what I'm talking about. So the point was with my hair, I've always had long hair. I've always wanted long hair, but I just let it grow like this. And I found out that your hair will naturally spiral in the golden spiral, and those Celtic knots that you would see the tattoos with the three circles. that look like you know what I'm talking about, the golden spiral. But there was 3 of them. And that's like a famous Celtic symbol. Where the fuck are you, lad? I picked this up today from Walmart. But I did it years ago. And then if you look at the underlying astrological and what my name means and everything I've been through and the things that I've seen out in the forest alone, huge ties to like Cernanos and Irish gods. And I've had people walk up to me like strangers that just start telling me that an Irish god sent them. Or like strangers walk up and tell me that their dog is named after the same Irish god. Somebody else walked up to me a week before and started talking about the same Irish god. And they can't see what I'm wearing. They don't know anything about me. So, I mean, the assumption is they're either like alien shapeshifters, fans, not really fans, but people that watch my content, or maybe MK Ultras. I've had people walk up to me and they have a shirt that says, "I survived MK Ultra experimentation and all I got was a stupid shirt." And they walk up to me in the forest and they just point and then they take off running. And then I never see them again. And then like 8 months later, I'm 200 miles east in a random gas station. And then I look over and that guy is just standing there staring at me, drinking a coffee, just staring at me. And then I'll see him in 6 other places that day. Like they're cycling their shifts. All right, word. Okay. I am home, not less. I have to think about it. I need my computer fixed. And then I can get Photoshop. So to put this together. So I'm gonna call economic services and renew this motel room. And we're gonna take advantage of the fact that I was forcibly put back into a bigger city. Thanks, man. I grew up myself. And we're gonna go figure shit out tomorrow to make a difference. I also want. Okay. Since the cult of Casey is moved, or the king in the kingdom of champions, the kingdom of Casey has moved to Discord. I'm gonna start plopping my ideas in there more instead of on the YouTube, where people I might not want to see it. You know, like people might steal my ideas or something. I doubt they will, but you never know who's on the other end. I do have stalkers. I do have haters. I've had people I had somebody pull up 2 weeks ago. I had somebody pull up a few days ago. That guy that was talking shit on the internet, that had been talking shit for 4 years, screamed at me for 4 days on the internet that I might read off to you. Or I might, when I figure out how to, I'm not sure what I'm doing with the second phone situation. It's going on till April. They might be scamming me. But I do. I mean, I guess I don't need it if this works. I might read off to you what he said because it was kind of funny. He was creative, but it was pretty crazy. And he went off at me for 4 days, and then there was this because he doesn't know anything about what I'm talking about, but he was siphoning my bandwidth, which allowed him to perceive a higher level of reality. And then he had a psychotic break and held his wife at gunpoint because he said that there was somebody in the room that was the same person that ran him over with a car when he was 17, and he was threatening people with a 22 gun, pretending that he was from the hood when he wasn't. He was living in a nice hippie commune. But Instagram made him all freak out. So he started threatening people on the internet, acting tough, and someone just ran him over with their car, got a brain injury, and had to put a rod in his leg. So he had a spiritual breakthrough, and he woke up to this level of reality that I tell you that I've spent a lot of time in that's very difficult to come back from if you're not made for it. So I'm exactly what he needs to survive, because now he can't figure out what to do, and he's getting arrested all the time. He thinks it's a psychotic schizophrenic break where he held his pregnant wife at gunpoint, barricaded himself in his trailer, and the cops had to evacuate the trailer park because there was he was hallucinating somebody in the room with him. So I'm perceived because, thank you, Mom. Thank you for telling everyone, thousands of people on the internet, that I'm schizophrenic. Because now every week that I'm trying to make a difference in people's lives and I'm advocating for homeless people, I'm making a positive influence on communities across Vermont. Thanks to you, Mom, I have 10 to 20 kids that saw your post saying my schizophrenic son is out in the cold, weaponized the police to force him into treatment so that I can feel better about stuffing my face full of Ben & Jerry's until I get so fat I have a heart attack and die, which has almost happened to her. Because of this sneaky way of slandering me on the internet, I have haters that get so mad that I get attention from women that they are blasting that I'm schizophrenic, trying to stop me. And she loves it. She's just a shit-talking fat loser in Section 8. And I'm all she has. So she blows that story up out of proportion. I love her. She's my mommy. But I can't knock the fact that she's been like a nuisance for years now. And that's what she wants. You have to starve narcissists. And in the position that I'm in is pretty much impossible. I can't ban her eyes from my YouTube channel. But it is what it is. I'll take it as practice because it's going to happen again. If I keep going down this road where I'm going to start selling clothes to people at churches and making merch for homeless people to wear that have messages on them, and I start advocating for homeless people, and I start finding needles in the haystack to come to this girl who likes to do this woman who does landscaping that just had a couple surgeries, so she obviously needs help. It's not a coincidence she met me. She was the nicest anyone has ever been to me in a while. She wants a job in the town that I wanted to live in. She wants to start her business back up. And she also has a solution that inspires me to make a difference. And I was forcibly removed from the town to come here. And then I had a tarot reading that said this guy was forcibly removed from somewhere because it collapsed in on itself because he didn't have a solid foundation. Meaning I didn't have a place to put my tent. I didn't have the guitar with me. I didn't have the means to get around. So I got sent here where it's going to be easier to do things. But I'm not happy about it. I felt like I should have shot through further and gone into Jeffersonville and then gone down into Mount Mansfield. But you know what? I would have, as soon as I went up there, I would have never been able to return. And my lawyer told me in Scorpio season, he told me of a story that I reminded him of a kid that wrote a book that went out into Alaska, and he went too far into the mountains and he didn't have a way back. and he crossed a river that was lower, and then the snow came, and the river was too high to cross back, so he starved to death on a little island because he didn't know that when the snow came, it would also bring water down the mountain. So he trapped himself on this little island that he couldn't get. If he crossed, he would have died of hypothermia instantly. So he told me that story when I was trying to push through to Johnson, and I knew that there was no bus route and there was no way back. If I went into Jeffersonville, there's no way back with all my stuff. And then he tells me a story about a guy who went too far and he wasn't prepared that died. So I was like, okay. And then I pushed it anyway, and then immediately removed. I think I was there exactly a month. I was in Johnson, lying in the wagon through the sub-zero temperature, waiting until I had enough warmth, and then I would push into town, and I tried to get a job at 1, 2, 3 different places, and 2 of them rejected me, and 1 said they would get back to me, but they wanted me to fill out another application that I didn't have. I was going to fill it out right when the cops showed up. I was looking for it. Coincidentally, I was removed by the select board. The select board makes a lot of money, and I was not bothering anybody, and they were happy I was there. They enjoyed my presence there. So I figured it was a chance for me to outshine them and to call the select board directly and reinstate small town community. To be like, hey, sorry, I meant to talk to you, but it's been cold. I did make sure to get permission from the people in the building and the people around. They knew who I was. Usually when I go places, because I'm a traveler, I like this life more than the other life, and I'm trying to find a way to start from the bottom and build up in a way that's fulfilling to me so that I can sort of pave a trail for other people that want to go down this road. So I'm here trying to figure it out, and I'm working on getting a job. And it's just the heater is good for my phone to charge, and for the outlet is good for the heater of my phone. And I was just slowly saving up for more stuff. But instead, right when I'm about to go see them, it's sort of my fault for not being more proactive. And one of them, I want to know which one of them shut the power off to those outlets right before it hit negative 30. Somebody showed up right before it was about to drop drastically to negative 30, and they shut off the power to the outlet at the park. Because he knew my only option would have been to take all my shit down to the laundromat where it's a no loitering sign, and I would have to be there until I was forcibly removed by the police. So he tried to kill me. And then I went somewhere that was outside of his expectations. And then I was a positive member of the community. And then somebody played telephone until they got the select board to remove me. I don't know how any of them knew I was there, so it had to be somebody that I had met previously that didn't like me being there, that couldn't mind his own business. And was too pussy to come talk to me. Where I could say, hey, I'm just trying to get a job. I've offered to volunteer here. If I'm here, you don't have to worry about anybody else, especially at night. You know, like people coming into the abandoned buildings looking for copper, and there's no cameras down there. And then so I could, work towards getting a camper and putting it in that abandoned building, put solar panels on the roof, and then run a hot dog stand making meals with food stamps out at the park, at the events, playing my guitar for people. But, I feel like it's divine Everything happens for a reason. Somebody's selling in Barrie. They're selling a white van that's a beater with a heater for $1,000, and the body's rusted in the back, but it runs and drives. You know what? I could donate that to Good News Garage, and I could trade them for one of their cars and split the difference. So I said, I'll trade you this beater with a heater van, and maybe I could pick it up, and then eventually I could sell it to this woman that wants to do landscaping, but she's just saving. She doesn't have a car. She's just looking at No, it wasn't in court. It was to get out of a speeding ticket with the cops once. Once she helped me play the schizophrenia thing to get me out of a speeding ticket with the cops in New York. And I don't know what she's done behind the scenes. I'm out of food and there's nowhere to get food, and I'm not really hungry, but I'm bored. So I'm going to eat crumbs. Okay, I'm hopping back in the Discord. Ran over. Hold up. So we have people making clothes right now. Fuck, I just spit shit. Oh my god. Hold up. There's no vacuum. I'm looking for something I can put my phone on to drink. White lips, pale face, breathing in snowflakes. Burn lungs, sour taste. Who wants to go to Dagestan with me and learn UFC professional wrestling? Who wants to learn from Coach Khabib how to be a professional wrestler in the UFC? And then we can bare knuckle brawl in Conor McGregor's new bare knuckle brawl. But Conor McGregor, he just had a famous clip blow up of his first fight, and it's against an indigenous guy who was wearing a war bonnet. I told you this is going to be the year of indigenous. It's sort of the tail end of that right now. Let me know if that just fucked up the audio, the mic. It really all does work out though. Like, I was going to spend all my money very quickly at the gas station in Johnson where everything's expensive. And I was forced to be here next to Walmart where everything's cheap. So I'll really be able to meet my dreams because I'll be able to meet my protein quota. I don't know how much protein powder is, but I know I need it. Or else it's all going to atrophy. I don't have access to the McDoubles. And the McDonald's protein really falls away. To like build muscle with the McDonald's meals, at least for me, when I would drink protein powder, the muscle stayed on me for months and I didn't really have to do anything. But with the McDonald's proteins, whatever it is, GMO, when you eat them, it builds you really quick. Like, I beefed up literally, but then like 2 weeks of laying around and it's gone. Okay, what are we doing? We've got Nigga Manny in the chat. I'm surprised Derek hasn't popped in yet. We've been going for 3 hours. I'll go all night. I might need to stay up to call economic services. I don't really have anything to do. I don't have a piece of paper or a pen. I was scared to buy it from the store. I need to show you guys, man. It's a zombie apocalypse. It's people that have a higher connection that are shining this light, that are not socially conditioned, and then there's everyone else in the environment that's sort of attacking you for it. So I walked in to the Walmart for the first time in months after being out in the woods, and everyone, for the first, I had to like barrel through like 4 people that were walking by, and they would just stop, go like this, and then they'd slowly start moving towards me, and I felt like they were trying to magnetize everything out of me, and I felt like I was losing presence, like I was literally disappearing, like they were energy vampiring me by being in close proximity. And then they did that 5 or 6 times until someone that I felt was like somebody possessed by a demonic entity approached me. And then I felt really stuck. Like they really just drove me in. And then everything let up. And then all the people that were doing that would look at me through the aisles with a smile. Or they would be walking in a straight line like this. And then they would turn and look at me like this. I don't know, do you guys have that when you're grocery shopping? Where you're sitting there in the aisle and then somebody stomps by like this. And then you feel like this kind of the hairs in the back of your neck stand up because you're like more alert. And then that alertness brings you into like a better sense of peace. And then like a greater energy. And then the NPCs or whatever they are jolt, or they start stomping, or they kick the ground and spit. Y'all ever have that? Because I have it every single day, every hour of every day, every minute of every hour. Everywhere I go for years, and you slowly get better, but it's not like a consistent learning process. It's like you get beaten and beaten and beaten and beaten, and eventually you learn how to take the punches and you get stronger. That's what it's been for me. I don't know why my face feels like it's irradiated. My mom is not confused. In no way. I think that narcissism is a demon, and I think that that demon is floating above my family, and I think that it comes at me a lot in any way that it can. So I had a breakthrough today, and my mom didn't message me, but the guy that my mom spews her narcissism to messages me. And it's a loaded question where it implies that they're projecting and gaslighting, and there's negative, it's obvious to anyone who has a mind, the negative emotions under it. And it's all about perspective, so you have to have like a greater sense of self to be able to see the bigger picture. And it's difficult, but when you can get to that point and you're able to not let it affect you, it's like the thing that you feel is kind of there lunges harder, and that's how I tell that my intuition was correct. I'm not like baiting the negativity out of people. I'm able to intuitively see that under their positive comment is some type of negative, sort of like a snake made of light, but darkness, a snake made of dark, like an angry negativity. So then I just don't acknowledge it, and I continue being optimistic and persevering and polite and kind and say thank you, whatever. And then the darkness sort of tips, and then it jumps at you. They'll say like something angrier, or they'll go, or they're like it's like something's controlling their mind. They're in a bad mood. That type of evidence, that's like my empirical evidence to know that I was right, and to know that that's behaviors now logged in my subconscious to be able to call out in the future. But I need a motorcycle. It was cool in Burlington. Oh, you know what's really cool? Oh, the cops are here again. Why are the cops here? Every 2 years I wind up back in Burlington since I left home. So in 2022, I was in Burlington, and then I left for 6 months, and then came back in August, and then I wound up in a different town for 4 months, and then I went back to Burlington, and then I got stuck. Every time I go to Burlington, I get stuck, and I have to fight my way out. And there's lots of people that I need to meet, and I have to like take them all with me, and we ascend to a better life, and then they spread out into the town. So I wind up like at the very bottom, at the beginning of people's journey in Burlington for their first time. They get lost, and I would show up. I used to have tons and tons and tons of seagull feathers in my hair, and I was riding a big green bike that was originally black, but it was stolen, and I didn't know who it was stolen from. It was given to me by a homeless guy. So I spray painted it really bad, and I would ride around with the bat and the cloak in the middle of the summertime, and I had a coat on to keep the mosquitoes away, so I was wearing a winter coat for the mosquitoes, and I was riding around on my bike doing my day-to-day, and then there were guys that I know were trying to, because they tried to sleep with me, a guy named Ernest, and I had just finished Atlanta, where the main character's name is Ernest, and then a guy named Ernest from the hood, and Atlanta is about people from the hood, that culture, and how it ascends out of the hood into society. That's all it's about. It's like a surreal dream version of probably what it was like for many people getting out. It was cool. It was very 2022 style before it got into this like ethereal dream realm where everything's more beautiful. Back then it was like surreal and weird because we never knew what was going on. Before we did the big jump in 2023. And I met tons of different people that would get lost, and they would wind up with either Ern or with Silas. And Silas was this little kid that's on heavy drugs. He's my age. He was like 22, but he's like 5 foot tall. And I met him while I was watching the Jacksepticeye play The Quarry. And in The Quarry, the main werewolf that infected everybody else was a little kid named Silas. So Silas was the one that I met alone in the center of town, and the whole place was empty, and he brought me to the King Street shelter when Handy's Towing stole my car. So I would meet tons of these kids that would wind up with either Ern, the pedophile, or Silas, the drug addict, and I'd have to sort of steer them away from them and put them into a better position, and then they sort of grew up in their new life and got put in position. And I did that for probably 50 to 100 kids that I can think of. In 10 years, I'll say that I really full on was instrumental in their success for 100 kids. But I've influenced with like just one-off conversations or passing by people or just being a role model as I pass by. I'd say it was probably upwards of thousands that I've like one-on-one had an interaction with where I felt like I knew that I put them on a better way of life through my interaction with them. That's my second TED Talk. Maybe these will be clipped at some point. I'm going back through my Discord, and I've made tons of different Discord groups already. I have a group called Higher Power that has daily goals, music videos. These are channel names: Motivation Moves, the group chat, animation, music videos, self-improvement, mindset videos, introduction, clothing design, empire expansion, business, long-term goals, and I had a section for a dream journal. So that if people join, this was in 2022 I made this. So if people joined, I was working on syndicating information so that we all had a general consensus of what's happening. like Battle for Your Brain seems like he's got a lot of shit going on up there, that he knows a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. But his solution is going into somewhere to have something removed from our bodies. He thinks that this thing is happening, and I just got a really cold chill. I just got a real cold chill. Like, it's bad. This is like it's bad. So he's saying the reason that this is happening is because there's something in us. But I don't know. I thought it might be our entire genetics, and I think that it might be the COVID vaccine, and it might be maybe the shots that I got as a child, and maybe now it's nanotechnology, where it's actual cells that are reproducible that are in us now. And that's why my voice sounds like this, because they've been slowly turning us into a robot from the inside out. And that's why I can't put the sugar down no matter how much I talk about fasting. It's like I literally tweak out, and then my mind goes, I need this to live, like an addiction. And then I wind up spending $50 on a pizza that I don't need. And then I got reimbursed. She paid me $20. So I just spent what my mom sent me. She sent me 30. And then I bought a second shirt so I can cycle the shirts. And then what did I buy? I just bought that. I spent $10 on something. The shirt was $7. And then the drink that I had when I walked around Walmart was $4. But they were watching me, so I couldn't put it off to the side. I would still I'm sure they've got it down to a science now. This is too close to the main homeless shelter, or the main homeless hotel, that when I walk in like this, and I wear nice clothes, but I'm sure there's somebody watching. There's got to be somebody full-time working at the desk, watching the cameras, watching me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to go in and take, like, there are these, I used to take these, and to be fair, the motto was I had to be, like, very disrespected before I ever stole from a store. Like, they had to make life so hard for me. I would be suffering horribly. Like, I go in and I would ask them hey, I know you throw out your chicken every night. Do you mind if I take, it's like 0 degrees out. I'm in the back of my car. I have no gas or heat. I don't do drugs, but I'm just trying to figure it out. And I just want to know if I can, I already have barbecue sauce from McDonald's. Do you mind if I take one of the, your chickens? Yeah. What am I talking about? What silly bad racist word? They do suck at their job. But there's probably 60 homeless people that are in this motel right now in the program. So I'm sure every single day there's probably like 20 of them are trespassed already from Walmart for getting caught. And there's probably like tons of people every single day that are getting in trouble. So I'll probably pay for, they have these nice, in Walmart they have a really good product, the portable chargers, the portable power, the battery packs for the phone, and they're thick. They're $25. So I probably can't get it. I won't get it now, but before I leave. All right, we're going to go out and smoke. I'm going to go out and smoke a cigarette. And we're going to put my coat on. I need to take a piss. Crystals? No, Crystals is the top commenter. I can't see Crystals. Which one is Crystals? Every time I check my YouTube studio, he's my top comment. He's got the most comments on my channel out of everybody. That and God, I'm firing my laser, which is pretty cool. I don't think he's ever said anything bad. But I don't think I have all comments on. I don't. I didn't have all messages on. Where are you seeing crystals though? I'll show you in my community tab. Right now, my top commenter is Susie Fairfield. Or that's just the weekly community spotlight is Susie this week. And then we have Bugatti Black, which I've never seen. I don't really, like, the comments aren't really popping up on my phone. Westy, you're right. That's because Earth signs are very connected to their past lives. So Earth signs are like, instead of most of us who have to go through and remember things that we're sort of amnesiac about, Earth signs sacrifice it's something that they're lacking. That you would say they were pessimistic. You would say that Earth signs seem a bit pessimistic, but it's because there's like this deep stagnant undercurrent, which I really value. That's why it's different for everybody, man. Oh fuck! Oh God. I just got hit with divine light from something. I don't know what that was. I don't know what to call. Oh, I'm seeing light. It makes me feel so good when I am stuck in here, and then I see the lights that I usually see outside of probably some entity that's standing right there. That's making me feel a little weak. But then the light blips, and then I see an image on the wall of a whiteboard, and I have assignments to give you guys to guide us all to a better tomorrow. And I just saw a dark shadow that was very low to the ground like this, that reflected something from the light, bounced off of that entity, and hit me and said that I shouldn't be telling people my plans. I don't know what to think of that. It's not hindering my progress. It's not a schizophrenic delusion. It's not doing anything to me. You know? It's not making my life worse. In fact, it's making my life cooler and more interesting. I just turned around and saw it again. It's right here. It's in here. Oh shit. Oh my God, dude. I turned around and saw myself. How do you guys feel about mirrors? You guys feel like there are other entities? I don't. When I look at the mirror and the things are looking back at me, messages from my spirit guides. So the black things, and we should put this in our case. We should put this in lore. We should make a compendium of the different shit that I see that we should put into like a book. Because one of them are these black shadow things that people are talking about. And I think those are called maybe monitoring spirits or the shadow people. Those things are around. I feel like Larry is terrified to say something wrong, like I'll ban him. Spirit of the wolf. I had a terrible dream about Heather's house that made me I had a disgusting dream about, and it wasn't really disgusting. It was just like everything in there was dark and lifeless. There was no God in there. There was no like light animation. It was like all of your vessels were empty, and the ground was just like full of trash, and it was like a barren, empty landscape. And I was like a small version of myself crawling around on the ground, like I had shrunk. And Brad was crawling like a baby, but he was like a FNAF animatronic where he was just empty inside. And I felt like his pain was like, help me. And I woke up like, I need to get to work to help save everybody and get them all in position so that we can maintain to get through whatever's coming. And the most important thing with that is putting supplements in your instead of where you put the wine in that corner. I just want, for me, please, it'll make me feel better, man. If you go buy some of those, they could be at the dollar store. They sell those omega-3s in that the yellow container. They have like a 90-day supply or like a month supply. Just put that there, because Brian is obsessed with God. You guys are obsessed with God. You're not going to be able to house God's teachings when you get divine inspiration. It's not going to be able to be housed in your spirit without these supplements, without protein, rest, probiotics, amino acids, omega-3 fatty acids, the chain of DHA, whether you get it from seafood or you build it yourself with the omega-3s and you have your gut microbiome in check. That's just step one. And then step two is going to be everyone that wants to do this. It's going to be, you have to survive, because nobody else is going to do this. I'm telling you, I'm walking through with the very bare minimum what my potential could be following this path and teaching what I used to do before. And violent responses from your neighbors and peers. Violent responses from old women, young guys, everyone and anyone, cops, creeps, cunts, crows, crackheads. To the point that I feel like I shouldn't even be. I don't know how to. I don't want to get rid of the teaching. I don't want to share it when I shouldn't. I don't want to give it to the wrong people. But I don't want to be left alone out here in the zombie apocalypse. Like, just that, where I connected to a higher timeline about what's possible if you shift, and my body already is. It's loud. Nah, I guess I'll keep it loud. I gotta shit, fam. At some point, I'm gonna feel like I'm too old, and this is not cool. It's kind of weird. I didn't want to be known as the guy that shits on video. But it is what it is, fam. I pooped in a laundromat. Okay. I sort of ruined the surprise with the last merch. I don't want to ruin the surprise with the other thing that I'm trying to make to give back to you guys. So I have to find a way to make money. I have a feeling that it's going to be harder. What the fuck? I'm becoming a streamer, guys. Chat, I'm morphing into a Twitch streamer. I'm morphing into a legitimized channel. So cool. So cool. And so pretty. What the fuck? Can't live without you. Can't live without you. So cool. Yeah, Crystal's, I don't know if he blocked me, but if he's in the chat, he's not popping up for me. Remember when we had two, I think they were in high school, that were arguing over me in August? The women were fighting, and Larry was like, "Calm down, everybody. Everybody calm down." I don't remember if they were fighting over me. They were mad about something. Buckingham Palace, what about it? Buckingham Palace? What about Buckingham Palace? Built a palace out of pallets in the Palisades? So, I don't even want a cigarette. I don't even like them. You can, so he's here commenting? Crystals is in the chat? And they've just... Crystals, did you hide me from your channel? Yeah, Crystals doesn't pop up for me. I have not gotten a Crystals comment in a long time, but he pops up on my top engagers, which doesn't happen if I've muted them. So, for some reason, we have a targeted individual. I didn't block him. I did not block Crystals, but we'll figure it out when I come back upstairs. We're gonna go out in the cold and smoke a cigarette in the snow, and then come back. It's at 14%. I can bring it down to 5 and then walk back up. Where's my fucking boot? Where's me fucking boot, fam? I really do see people make a lot of money live streaming. And I know that they probably had to sell their soul and they're part of an industry and they're risking their whole life by being like, I know it's going to put me in so much jeopardy to be doing what I'm doing here because of jealousy and people finding my location and unnecessary problems all the time. And I'm not sure I even like the majority. Like, I don't like the majority of people. So that just means the more and more if I were to get bigger. So I just want to I'm going to focus more on what I do. They controlled my thumb slip. So we're going to figure out when I go to find him. If he was, I mean, to be fair, I was using a broken phone that the touchscreen didn't work great. So I might have gone to hide somebody else and I accidentally hid him. But that's not how it works. When you hide the user from the channel, it hides it from everybody, but he thinks that he's commenting. So there are tons of people that are commenting that they think we can see them, but I've already hid them from the channel. So only they can see that they commented, but they have no idea that none of us can see them. Like Larry. I guess it'd be good to interview Larry to see. Hey, I'm gonna win the lottery. Larry. Christina, do you know about Larry? Larry is an integral part of the 2024 KC lore. Larry will be remembered forever. Larry is now immortal. He was saying shit that felt like he was talking shit a little bit. So I muted him. And then he stayed, like no one's ever done before in my life. He stayed. And he stuck it through. And he's still here. He just sat behind the wall and built a campfire by himself and made a group of wildlings. I'm the next Johnny Depp. Where is my super suit? Where's my boot? Which one of you fuckwads? It was the gang stalkers. Battle for your brain was right. The dang gang stalkers went and put this boot under my bed. Christina, my zipper is melted. I was sleeping too close to my Mr. Buddy heater, and I melted my zipper. So cool. So cool. Yeah. So the power has really gotten to the head of every single place I found that owned a business through COVID. These motel people are acting like tyrant kings. I'm down for that. Can Larry wear I don't care if his hair's messed up and he looks like he smokes a lot of weed. I think that would be pretty cool to have that type of Harold. I'm back. Who's still here? I had to go get the Wi-Fi password because you can't reach out here. Now I'm gonna smoke a smoke I don't want to smoke, but I'm smoking. I'm smoking a little bit of a sneaky smoke. There are people sleeping. I don't want to bother. See, look at this. I was kicked out of my motel. And she assaulted me in drama. I don't want to be by people's rooms. So we'll stand. I'm still standing. Okay, there's bricks here. Over at 3 for a second. Yeah, I said if Larry wants to interview me for a podcast and we can clip it. I wind up just spieling and dumping all the beautiful Casey content to like cops that arrest me, and then when I'm in the back of the car for the hour-long drive it takes to get me to jail, I drop the best 3 hours of content anyone's ever heard, and the cop leaves, staring at me like I don't know how to live. I don't know how to live anymore. If what you like, he doesn't know how to process the shit that I told him, because it's true. It's so grounded in truth, and I say it so nonchalantly. That he fully they have trouble believing that I've learned a new way to connect to the trees, the old way, and that allowed for me to perceive things in the electromagnetic spectrum akin to deities and gods that communicated with me. And the closer I got to leaving this reality and entering theirs, the more violent and crazy the initiations became. But my name means brave, you know what I'm saying? And I'm sure everyone's here for a purpose. Maybe I'm supposed to go through this and you're supposed to live a whole different reality. That's what makes us unique. I'm gonna get away because there's people might be sleeping. And I'm also avoiding a lot of I just don't play the game. So the game off together and then fight for who you are through the gauntlets. And I sort of have to it. I wanted to be molded like a badass, and then I became something where I don't have to try. I can just walk around at the expense of the beautiful delusional things I could create. It's fucking cold. Okay, it ain't cold. I've been inside too long. I'm getting soft. This is nothing. What up, Sneeze? Sneeze, are you in the Discord? Sneeze, I'm in the Casey shit posting Discord. Sneeze, they stole me and now I'm 70 miles from where I was. I was kidnapped. And I'm having one American spirit. Is Sneeze my mom? Who is I call them Sneeze because it looks like they sneezed on the keyboard. Whoever moderates that, I'm looking for someone in this group that I trust, has been here for a while, that in the future, if they're already modding a Discord, if they will mod my Discord. because who knows what's going to happen as we ascend. Because I'm a hop, skip, and a jump away from being the king in the north. I'm just one outfit and a bunch of quips, a bunch of witty quips in an outfit on camera away from being like on Ellen with what I've been through. And I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want to figure out why all these streamers are extremely unhappy and putting up Satanist symbols. I don't know if I want that. You know? It's kind of why I chose to live the complete opposite of everybody. Talking to nothing. Suffering. Cold. Spider-Man wishes he was the Casey. I'm like, Spider-Man, if... No, I am a superhero, but I can't wait until I have a computer and I can do animation and I can make the things that I've come up with. It's very cool. I need somebody that makes clothes. Oh God, I don't know. The problem is I don't want to trust people, man. Every single cameraman that I've had has been like the word, like ended up being really negative for my life and like really detrimental to my mental health. Kind of obsessive and stalkerish. Like people that were my cameramen in the past kind of lost their mind a little bit. But there is a guy in Miami that I think he's got 500 subs now. And he's in position, I mean, he makes good content that will blow up. And he's a young guy. You know, like the other people in his niche are in their 40s. Like the self-improvement niche is men that are 35 to 60 right now. And he's 24, maybe 25 now. The ones over the wall know what they're doing, don't you? I banished them and they've been hard at work. I banished the only people that I could count on. And I sat alone in my throne, talking to narcissists. Okay. Should have brought gloves. Oh, God. Okay. I don't think my teeth are that white. You got Ice Spice chain on, it's okay. Why do you have an Ice Spice chain? Who the fuck are you? You've got like the bedazzled little cartoon head that she wears. Are you a woman? I had a dream once where I went into somebody's house and it was a trans kid on a computer in the city somewhere or like in a suburban environment. And they were watching me on the screen and I was really confused because I'm like a grizzled old Vermonter growing up with mountain people, probably like lots of past lives. And I was around this new kid from a new, different world. And it was like normal for all of them to have herpes. Like their whole grade just got herpes because they were all having sex with each other. And the kid was nice. I call those Antichrist dreams. Because when I hear kids talking about dreams they have, the way they describe the dream is the same feeling that I had. And in those dreams is like they're in a classroom with all their peers and then a demon comes in and there's a little teepee. They have a teepee there. And the kids were getting carted into the teepee to get the mark of the beast. And they said that they were going to be forced to. Like I remember an 8-year-old, there was a clip of an 8-year-old vividly talking about that dream and the way the kid described how it felt, the weird purgatory realm, was how I feel in these weird dreams where I'm talking to like trans kids. Or one time they made me think that there was only men left on Earth. There were no women. It was just trans men, and they were trying to get me to sleep with a guy, and I couldn't do it. So they put a fleshlight in the guy's butt, and they're like, "Will you fuck a fleshlight that's attached to his butt?" And I tried it, and I just couldn't do it, and it was disgusting. And I woke up feeling weird, and then there was I had a tarot reading. When I opened my phone, there was a tarot reader from Chicago saying, this is that weird dream you just had. And it described that was like a test to see how I would act given the circumstances. And it was because I had a lot of trauma where people tried to groom me into being susceptible to their advances when I was in a vulnerable position in life. And I didn't do it then, and I didn't do it now. But I was always kind of worried that, because there was a guy that kept trying to convince me I was gay because my voice is a little high pitched, and I don't live like normal people because I'm sort of out of it. And that dream was showing me that given even the most extreme circumstances, I still am disgusted by sleeping with guys. So there was just reinforcing what I knew, but I was having trouble believing in myself because of psychological trauma. Hopefully that's all it was, but for a dream to be that specific immediately after I had the dream, I believe it. I think that was Bronwyn's Cove Tarot. And she's pretty cool. I think she lived in her car for a couple weeks, or maybe her home got renovated or something, or maybe she was moving apartments. What hat? It's a hood. But I was playing the role of the indigenous nomad in the town that was invented by the founder of the Order of the Eastern Star. And it was right on the boundary between what used to be indigenous land and the colonies in Vermont. So there was a lot of shit going on back in the day. So it was really important that I was there at the time I was there. And I would wear this without realizing that the headdresses used to go all the way down to the legs. I was walking around with just the hood on behind me, and I was wearing my other jacket. So this was like the same position as the headdress. So I walked around like helping people around town, and I didn't realize that it looked to an outsider like I had long hair and I was wearing the same shape of the headdress, but in my cool, unique way that's not culturally appropriated, but culturally appropriate. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to wear a headdress. I accidentally wore my own, which is really cool and polite. Because I looked up what you have to do to be eligible to wear a head to be classified as a war chief. And I didn't go to war. Like nowadays, you would have to steal the enemy's horse, so you'd have to go into their camp, get on their horse and take it, and ride it away and steal the horse for the tribe from the enemy. You'd have to go into their camp or to where they're in position with their guns, and you'd have to touch them without them knowing. So you'd have to like sneak up on them, tap them, and then run away or kill them before they had a chance to see who you were or where you came from. You had to lead a group to battle, and you had to wrestle an enemy for his own weapon, which means that you would go out and there would be a guy with a gun or an enemy tribe with whatever weapon they had, and you would have to take it from them and then defeat them with it. So, I mean, I literally had someone run up on me in a laundromat, and I had to fight him for my own hatchet. And then I had to take it from him. I whipped him on the ground, and I defeated him with it, and he ran off, and I chased him out of the place screaming. Oh, you know what's cool, though? Now that I know about FOIA requests. Good night. I might be able to... They would not let me get the video. I kept asking them for the video, and they wouldn't give it to me because the camera angle didn't pick up They said it didn't pick up him swinging first. It looked like I swung first. But maybe I just reacted. He swung. He swung and I swung back. And I didn't aim for his neck, I aimed for his shoulder. So I was hoping that it would just scare him and he would take off. Because he was blocking the door, so I was trapped. He trapped me in the laundromat. I was not able to leave. He was blocking the door. And he had a weapon on him. So I told him that if he swung, I would swing back. And then he either like tried to fake me out by like jolting his arm really quickly, but for whatever reason he swung that. He made a quick movement with his weapon. So I just did it, and then he pushed me into a washer, trying to grab the hatchet from me. I screamed, "This is not how Casey goes!" And I picked him up and whipped him over my shoulder, and I got my weapon back. So I wrestled an enemy for the weapon and defeated him with it. So it's like a technicality, because like the people that I brought to battle and I won the battle was in homelessness. I got tons of groups of kids out of homelessness and out of hell in their minds to becoming functioning adults. So the battle was still tough, and it took every day, and it was like fighting a war, but the war was all spiritual. It wasn't physical. We were fighting off energy vampires and draining mind flayer stuff that was keeping us in pain. Literally, we felt pain and we couldn't get any sleep at night. So I had to let them rest by blocking the staff member that was saying that her name was River. She literally walked out and said that since she started getting a job here, because she was the one we felt that was taking our energy, and we would talk about it. We all felt it. And she said that she plays chess. And since she got here, she only worked for 2 weeks. She said she jumped 1,000 points in chess. So she, at nighttime when we were sleeping and we'd wake up drained, it was like she was spending our energy calculating how to beat people in chess. And then I beat her. And then I beat the other guy because he would come in and we'd feel it, him draining us. So I blocked right outside their office. I played Lord of the Rings. I watched the entire Lord of the Rings series one night because they hadn't made a rule yet that you couldn't be allowed in the living space. So I sat out there and played the movie to distract them so my friends could sleep. And then all of us got jobs and got out of there. After there was a Viking named Christian that was wearing a Native American poncho. And he told me he was a Viking that killed me in a past life, literally. And he, sneaky Ethan, turncoated and joined that guy, that schizophrenic. And then they turned on me and kept telling me to shut the fuck up every time I spoke. So I got up and I pressed his Adam's apple into the back of his throat, and I just held him there, and he was freaking out. And I punched him in the face once, gave him a black eye, and then I held his throat and pushed his Adam's apple into the back of his throat. And I didn't get an assault charge or anything. They just let me go. I was trespassed from all the different programs. So I had to check on them from the outside. So I would ride in on my bike and check in with them. And they were saying that they have trans people coming in and reading us books. They put up posters of teens kissing. They were treating us like Nazis, where they would stand over us if we were happy. And they would just stand over there trying to intimidate us until we felt like we lost the vibe, and they would steal it from us. And that was an ogre named Shauna. She was a huge fat woman in a leather jacket. So when they talk shit, when Shauna trespassed me and I came back, there was this really pretty Leo girl that's 2 years younger than me that's a staff member, volunteer. And she was wearing the Irish clawed ring, the heart with wings. And she was like, "Well, Shauna doesn't want you here." And I said, "You mean she doesn't want me in her swamp?" And I knew she would have thought that was funny if she didn't have a stick up her butt. But she goes out and parties, so I don't understand. And then I super liked her on Tinder, and then she blocked me. I found her on Tinder a year later. My lighter is frozen. gonna have to put you down for a second. Okay, I did take, my phone's at 1%, so my phone is gonna die. I'm gonna stand out here by myself and smoke another cigarette by myself, and then I will go up and charge my phone. So the live is gonna be running. If someone could type in the chat real quick, Casey's phone died, he's outside, and then he's gonna come back and charge it. And then I'll go back to the Discord and we can talk about merch if people are still awake. If not, maybe I'll try to get some sleep. I'll probably stay up for a little bit. I don't know when it's gonna die. But yeah, any clothes designs, if you really want to work on it, the stuff that's cool, we'll put into the collection and see if people like it. We could do like a preliminary merch run just to try it out. Find a way to make it pay for itself so that it's not like huge expenditure. Like if we had someone with a printing press and then I could go get donation clothes and I could mail the donation clothes out, or just like free stuff nearby that we could print stuff onto just to start. But it's gonna I think it's gonna pick up really quickly. I'm trying to be patient, but there's a lot of stuff I need to change, like my diet and my exercise. And I need to find some source of income. Okay, we're lighting the second smoke. Okay. I've come too far to not think that it's destined. I'm not like narcissistic about it, but it's what keeps me going is that it's fate. It's destiny. I literally got lost on a back road and found my way back because there was a barn that had spray painted in green text, "We love you, Casey." That literally happened. I used to drive around and get lost in my mind, daydreaming. And one time I got lost and was almost out of gas, and then I stopped and found my way back at a barn that spray painted, "We love you, Casey." So maybe we'll clip that. I haven't been clipping it. We have to figure on my Discord. On the Discord, there's a guy named Ware. I don't know who that is, but he is a good video editor. So if you guys wanted to make content sort of like Urban Rescue Ranch with like all my past live streams, I could find a way to pay you for that. Maybe like a group Cash App or something, where when the video comes out, if I make profit from it, I can just dump the funds back into the Cash App and have that moderated by somebody in the I guess you guys should name yourselves in the garage gang, the Ranger and the Wildlings, the Cavalry, the Crew, the Pit, whatever they called the Gallo Glass, the Irish Travelers. Casey's Goon Squad. Stockholm Syndrome Romance. I mean, it felt more like there were alien entities that were watching me, like Hunger Games sponsors. That's what I felt like. That they plugged that into the simulation, like they changed the text on a wall texture in the video game of life. But yeah, sometimes I'll drive really far and life and reality just starts to get really weird. Like truck drivers say that it's when you drive a truck, at some point you see a black dog, and if you like look over while you're driving 40 down a back road and there's a black dog that's running as fast as you're driving, you have to stop, because that's the universe telling you it's an omen to stop the truck and sleep, that you've gone too far out of reality and you need to stop and rest to rejuvenate and keep going. And I believe it. It's like all these people talking shit about, okay, it might die. All these people talking shit about empirical evidence, but we don't have the technological means available to us to accurately get evidence for some of these things. But we have tons of ghost hunter videos where people do have things that monitor changes in the electromagnetic frequencies that pick up silhouetted figures that are not there, but the camera picks them up walking around and sitting down and standing near people, fucking with them while their EMF reader is going off. We have that, it's just not popularized. Like, I've seen empirical evidence of there being things that operate outside of our ability to perceive them, that animals are able to perceive. Patience. Okay. Where'd everybody go? And I already have a line of merch I want, but that was 2023. I think my opinion has changed about what I think is cool. Like, instead of making a nice cool coat to make them feel proud when they walk around, I don't like the people that I saw wearing those types of coats. Like, I got to see the vibe of if I had really made it. Like when people bought the Snoop Dogg bomber jacket from Walmart, how they walked around. I didn't like it at all. So I think it's better to sell t-shirts with cool designs on them. We could probably get Randy in the mix. I don't want to accident, like, there are a bunch of cool kids that are very talented that I don't want to accidentally indoctrinate into my world. So I'm hesitant to tell them about the YouTube channel and have them like drive themselves into a psychotic break trying to figure out the shit that I'm saying. But we'll figure it out. It's scary. It's a big test. Because I'm gonna have to incorporate a lot of what I left behind to be a bum sitting around. I'm gonna have to take that and add on where I was before that, and then pioneer myself into a better version, my best version. And that's scary stuff with all the other stuff that I talk about. But I think I don't care enough about people. Like, I think I stopped caring about others, that I'm able to do it. I don't know. I'd say to put it in the Discord, but I feel like we shouldn't. We shouldn't just have all that stuff ready at the Discord. I mean, when I raise my state of awareness, reality gets really wonky very quickly. I would be afraid to be such a targeted individual and then to do something like that. But it's okay. Maybe it's necessary. Discord. I'll put you under the light. Oh shit. I can put filters on this bitch. But the retouch puts a lag. Okay. Now I'm gonna get my inhaler. All right. Here. Man, I wish I had a property with a tiny home that I could freak out in and be alone in. Because I would do 100 push-ups, break through all the trauma and garbage, and then I'll be a normal person. But it will be so overwhelming. It will be difficult to figure out. I think I got it. Let it all work out. Let it all work out. Discord. I don't even have a trash can in this bitch. I have an idea. I need some Photoshop artists. 497 subs. Okay. What's going on, everybody? My name is Casey, and I am the King in the North, and I'm here on the spiritual front lines, deep in the Appalachian Mountains, where the homeless population is seemingly out of control, and the locals are so mad they're going out and committing acts of brutal violence, mutilation. People are going missing. Trump has got the immigrants in fear. We have migrant workers that are coming forward about how the farmers are torturing them. And we have people that are capitalizing off of committing things that cause them to feel pain, and they record them for thousands of people to laugh at. So we have a very large chance of something bad happening, and I am here on a live stream where we've got a little community going, and I've been doing this for a long time. So I'm extending myself. If people want to get interested and get into this and do more, or have a passion for doing something greater, and they feel sort of isolated and alone with no means, there's an evil industry, right? Diddy stuff, Bohemian Grove crazy stuff, that nobody wants to put their art out anymore. I'm sort of like a safe haven, through me and the thing I got going. I'm very excited, and I've sort of committed to be, as much as I don't want to be a part of that, I don't feel satisfied being leaving it behind, because I feel like I'm leaving everyone behind if I do that. So I'm slowly growing, and I've learned so much, and I've got a lot of good people in here that I sort of have a safe. This is like in The Walking Dead when Rick was with the radio at the first episode. Like, is anybody out there? Join the group. Join the. We have a Discord going. Join the community. Put yourself out there in a safe way where you can be around like-minded people. And we've got Facebook raid groups where we're going after people that target homeless people and calling them fat, and white deficient invited colonizers, seasonal depression, and we're doing it in a fun way. I'm slowly just saving up. We're taking donations, saving up for different stuff that will make my life better and make life easier, so that I can start to really make my art the way that I want to make it, because it's all about my art. It's all about art in general, and that seems to be a dwindling resource lately. So my name's Casey. I don't know who this is going to reach, but I want to say there's a home for you. That's what I want to say. And it's fun. I go live whenever. We just went live for 4.5 hours and really got things going. We're working on merch right now. So it fell. Let me know. Glad to have you. All right. Blow this video out of proportion. Release the hounds on this bitch with this. What's going on, everybody? My name is Casey Francis. Throw in one of these bad boys real quick. We have migrant workers that are coming forward. Excelsior. Farmer for torching. Chaos. Absolute chaos. My name is Casey Francis. Let it all work out. Let it all work out. I'm making a short. I'm making a quick short. I'm making a quick short. You're invited. And then we're slowly going to have to weed out who shows up. That was crazy. There's a group of people on Discord that every time I post and I go live, they drop it in the Discord to pop in. When I would suddenly have like 4 people join at once, they're all on Discord. This is crazy. This is epic. Why is it my real name just subscribed? Why is it my real name just subscribe out of all this time? Why is it my real name has been in here? Why now? Why is it my real name finally decided I was worth it? Okay. It is snowing. It's 2 in the morning. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It's 155, and that's how much the guitar costs. So that makes me think of Johnson again. The merch. Who's here? Someone's here. I want the shirts they use for Huel merch. I want the shirts they use for Huel merch, along with the other oversized thick fabric tee. So I remember. Thematic motif. Minimalist. With embroidery. Okay. We're going to check out the garage. What's going on in the garage? Are you winning, son? Let it all work out. We have to figure out who Bert is. Who the fuck is Bert? Fish tank. Bert is a black man from Bronx. Bert Burn Book, Penthouse Pacers, and Schizo songs. Bert is making African Psycho versus Famous House. Who the fuck is Bert Bronx? Who's here? Who's here? Who enters my domain? We're looking through the Discord groups to see who this other guy is, because they have a group dedicated to me and dedicated to this other YouTuber who has 12K. I'm gonna subscribe to him. Shit, he's got a setup going. He's got an intro and a title card. He's got a full force intro. He's an actor, model, performer, and creator. Make Bert great again. All right. Should Bert Bronx train me? There's nobody here. The people that would get value from me talking about Bert are not in the group chat. He's in a content house. He's a full-grown adult. Where'd he go? The fish tank. Oh, is Bert in Sam Hyde's house? Is he one of Sam Hyde's creators? Let's see what he talks about.
Shows the sound effects list. Excellent. So, BertBronx.com/tips. Let's see here. All right. Cool. And that one's still the chat. Okay. Assessing some stuff, guys. All right. Sound effects. Whoa. What the hell?
He's a black urban ripped trainer.
Okay.
As well.
All right.
I think I need Adderall.
Excellent. All right. So. Okay. All right. Let me get the notebook.
Woolly Mammoth merch?
Make sure I have the correct ones.
Mammoth? Merch that says Mammoth? Big Woolly Mammoth energy here. Big Bear.
Oh, this is from the famous house. It's different than the version I have here on my computer. I'll read the one from Famous House. Okay. This Fire Daddy is a parody of the song Daddy Cop from
Casey Fanboy.
Daddy Cop is from the TV show on ABC called The Rookie. Let me see if I can let me see if you read lyrics. The original artist is from Xander.
His name is Casey, like Casanat.
Hawley. Xander Hawley, Hawley, Xander, Zander, Xander, with a Z, but Z.
Bot dump?
American English. And Hawley. That's for his
Oh, that's for people that join.
Fire Daddy.
GTS.
Do you have the original spiral bound notebook that you wrote the landscape dude whites hence they show theories in? Have you looked at that on stream?
These guys know what they're doing.
Tim Burton.
Look at this. Larry.
Hi, Bert here, the farts you requested.
You guys hear?
Damn, Larry's the vibe of Larry was
Hi, Bert here,
completely different than what he originally was giving. I feel bad, but it's all good.
That's interesting. I hear it a little bit, but can you guys hear it? I feel like it has to be so loud in his ear. That's interesting.
Shut up, Bert. Nigga Manny. Nigga Manny. I'm gonna give that one Casey. No, that's a little pretentious. Casey Happy. What is happening? Oh shit. They went deep for that one. They went back. I give that one. I give that one Nigga Manny. I give that one Nigga Manny. I need a max win. Shit, people are in here. Who the fuck is you? What the fuck is this? Let's kick him. No, I won't. No. 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 Ethan. Ethan, you're immortalized. That's what you're a full-fledged adult.
Just freaking great. Just put me at the end, one end of the table, send me up with a great big shovel, and just shovel it in my big goddamn mouth. I'll be happy. Yum, yum, yum.
This is who I was hoping would be my audience, man. This is who I was trying to reach.
Everything is great. There's no way for my baby to live.
What the hell? Casey O'Brien. Larry, let's get you unmuted, man. So I've tried, just to show you, if I just look up Larry. Oh, I had you, look. Larry C. Colin Rogers. Is this you? It is you. Are you hid? This is what I want to make sure. You are hid, okay. I found you. You were in here. What have you been up to, Larry? Larry with the long hair. Was this a song?
I got a pretty bitch in the crib and a microphone, that's all I need. I got a pretty bitch in the crib and a microphone, that's all I need. I got a pretty bitch in the crib and a microphone, that's all I need. I got a pretty bitch in the crib and a microphone, that's all I need. I got a pretty bitch in the crib and a microphone, that's all I need. I got a pretty bitch in the crib and a microphone, that's all.
I don't know how to describe what that was doing. What's the word? Gaslighting. Okay. I haven't heard that yet. Where's your releases? Do you have a music playlist? No.
I've been listening to the birds singing.
Same.
I've been listening to the birds singing. Almost deciphered enough of their lyrics. I think I'm about to figure out how to fly. I've been listening to the birds singing. Almost deciphered enough of their lyrics. I think I figured out how to fly. I figured out what the birds mean. I've read them enough to bet on me back to prove to all the reasons I don't want to fly. I want everything.
You want to see my reaction? This is how I'm staring at it. What the fuck am I watching? And I can't see it through the.
Just about everything, man. The volume acting me deaf, I'm still alive. Just about everything, man.
Larry, did you make this beat? My broken mind cannot comprehend the metaphor.
I want everything, because that's what you get when you die. Lord, imagine being dead, but not even dying. I'm gonna get everything, man. I'm gonna get everything, man.
This is where Larry lives. Larry has a blanket on his window.
I know what the birds are singing. I think they're singing a theme on how to take flight. I've been chilling with the birds, man. I get
Yeah, it's a good
really
beat.
high.
It's a good beat.
I be chilling with my birds, man. We stay really high.
We're getting high with the birds. Where the fuck does Larry live?
Started feeling lighter, man. I guess the whole time all you were able to do was just try to.
We don't have buildings that big for hundreds of miles.
Just started feeling lighter, man. Started feeling lighter. I guess the whole time
I have to
all you
focus
could
and
do
try.
was just try to fly. The whole time all you could do was just try to fly.
Shit, you have. Oh, you're in Tennessee?
It's always right in front of you, but it's easier to see that when you're up in the air. It's always right in front of you, but it's easier to see that when you're in the air. It's always right there in front of you, but it's easier to see that when you're up in the air. You know why I get high.
I like this, and I'm excited to see what it turns into. I think they could. I've seen beats. I'm going to play you a beat.
The angels are considered heavenly. You know why? You know exactly why I get high. You know exactly why I get high. Why I get high.
I think it's in Tower Prep.
You know exactly why I get high.
I don't know why. Is it to chill with the birds? I know exactly what the birds are singing. It's right in front of your face if you're that high. I stay high and the birds sing a song on how to fly. It lit up the fire in my eyes. I haven't been this up in a while. can see through their disguise. Women. I have a playlist called Women. Where the fuck is it? I have a playlist with those types of beats. It's just buried deep. I know I need to sleep. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. There we go. The black. I think it's in the Black Album. I can't wait till I get a computer, man. You teach me how to fly again. Catch me singing with the birds in the trees. Everything in life is just a breeze. Stay awake so I don't ever sleep. I'm trying to fly somewhere way beyond the sky. I can see you when I open up my eyes. The birds sing me lullabies. I get up and I get high. With the birds I get high. Take my eyes, I don't want to sleep. There, don't need to pay me for a feature, because he was here when I was terrified of birds and the bees and the leaves and the trees and the... Hold me down, don't hold your breath. I don't mean to overstep, I know I'm blessed, I'm chosen, I could feel your aura glowing before I stepped into this park. So you know you're a work of art. You're good to go, you're a golden girl, swing you round and round. Hope that we can take over these little nothing towns. And if it doesn't work out, it'll be fine. We can sit on another wine with the birds in the sky. Sing a sweet little lullaby. Close our eyes and let it fade away. I'll get up and then I'll save the day. You're with me and I'll get high. With the birds and the leaves and the trees. I just want to be okay. I get high, don't sing me lullabies. I just try to fly away. Wake me up so I don't ever fall asleep. When you're around, girl, I get weak. Can you hold up my little broken wings? I don't care if you vocal isolate that and you put it into a song and figure it out.
So dramatic.
Don't be so dramatic. Somewhere in the forest, somewhere in the wind, somewhere in the wind, trying to find a way to peace. I don't wanna leave the way you are in my sleep. But I'm really, cause all it needs is there. And you don't know what I've been through. And you don't know where I've been. I'm gonna forget you. In my eyes, sleeping with my eyes closed, smoking on a cigarette. I know it's bad for my health. I've already been there. I miss you all well. Sometimes You and I were born to be the same. Going through the tickets, trying to mind my business. I can't remember where I've been or what I did, but I know I see your face when I'm alone at night. I try to find a way, but it all comes alive. It all just fades. Ashes and ashes, I find my way. You don't know my struggle, where my man. Promise I'll be humble. For she knows, she knows, she knows. I don't want to scream, bro. I'll wake up, everybody. I'll put this in the group chat. I'll work on it. I'm taking back it this time. I'm taking it back this time. I'll find my way to fly. And if I don't, I'll be fine. I'll put that in the group. I like that beat.
Not your dream job? This year, start building it yourself. With Printful, you can launch your online store in minutes without inventory or upfront costs. While you design and sell custom products, Printful handles the printing, packing, and shipping.
I've got my album for 2026 planned already. I'm already 3 years ahead. It's difficult, man. All right, where are we putting it? Are we putting it in this group? Banish the Crucible. Yeah, we'll put it. I'll make one. I'll make one for every now and then. I'll pop in and work on music. I'm down to do that because we have Derek in the group too, and we have a lot more creative people than I realized. And you guys are really talented. And it's where I lack. I don't have any knowledge of video editing. We'll call it music. 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 Let's see if I can, I'll clip that and I'll unlist it and I'll put the link to that clip. Maybe if that has, at least that's the timestamp. So you could be able to come back and find it if you want. I was checking out Bert. Who the fuck is Bert? I'm looking at what you guys got going on here. You guys have whole groups dedicated to each person in the group. And you do different projects. How did you guys meet each other? Chicken stripped? You guys are doing Blender too? You guys are already in the Unreal Engine? And I was just talking about Ray William Johnson. And you're already posting him in here. I don't know what the fuck this is. Oops, that's slower. Ethan's projects. Is Larry Ethan? This is crazy. What have I stumbled upon? How did you find me? Give you a rolling channel. I can't read that. Welcome to the garage. I'm in the garage now. I found my way into the garage. Do I have one? I might use it. I don't know what the fuck my life is going to be at any given moment. We have Casey shit posting. Oh, that's me. Okay. Okay. Shit's getting weird. I'm coming into reality. Music. What the fuck else I got? This is the original group. I don't think I do have shit here. What about animation? Yeah, I was doing this back in 2022. It was like a if you build it, they will come situation, and nobody showed up. Poor me. It's because my friends wouldn't answer. I was in like 4 different other group chats on Facebook with people that are really talented, and nobody did anything. He likes to make animations. You're in the group too, bro? What the fuck? Do you have a YouTube? This is your club? Record. Okay. It was great. I want to see your YouTube. Do you post your stuff? You make Spider-Man stuff. Let's see what you got. You got a Spotify? Let me find your YouTube, bro. Okay. P. Diddy. Tiff Somniac. Okay, I need to ask y'all if you're here. Who the fuck is this guy? Where's General? Okay, I'm gonna look you up in a second. Who's do you guys know who this is? Have you guys ever met this guy? He made a... Okay, this guy joined the group. I didn't know if it was my friend or not. He did have a YouTube before. He posted his YouTube, but it disappeared. He made all right. He made a Casey Core video. Let's try to find it, and then I will go back and subscribe to your YouTube and see what you got going on. Man, my cousin's gonna be fuming. My cousin's a really talented animator. My cousin we were in Section 8. He couldn't afford a computer to do animation. So he sat for like 6 months and did a flip book animation sitting in Section 8 by himself. And he just sat there drawing alone in his little apartment with his mom. And then I had to save him because it was getting really negative. And then, the last time I ever saw my cousin was he stayed in Section 8 his whole life. And I was always trying to help him, like, do push-ups, be a man. Not really be a man, but just, like, you know, get more into it, get more disciplined, work harder. You're talented. Do something with it. And I love him to death. He's one of my favorite people, but I just feel like the world kind of corrupted everybody. So their behavior... Oh, shit, I'm here. No, not Casey O'Brien. It's called Casey Core. I think this guy might enjoy... Yeah, look. Dibson. What the fuck? Casey Core 12. He's got 1.1. Is he uploading? He is still uploading. He plays Fortnite. He has a song.
stood up and said all of the watches. My army knowing I like flaws, hoping to get to me. Little did I know he had superhuman powers. He might.
That's the vibe I'm looking for. That was that cinematic background. But look, he did one.
Casey Francis O'Brien. I live outside. I have a lot more trauma than most people I know. I love being outside, and I am here out in the wild east, surviving by any means. It's like there's 3 people.
It's a lot of. He posted a lot of crying videos, man.
All day.
A lot of my freakouts.
I could never.
It's all right. I'm gonna let y'all watch it if you want. I'm gonna put. Yeah. He went the schizo route, but it's okay. There was meaning behind it. That was my Christmas present. He dropped that, and I got nothing for Christmas, and then I got that video. Oh, God. Okay. God. Do you know that while we're talking, there are just random ass 40-year-old cops that treated me like crap that just pop in and listen to us for like 5 minutes and then go back to their. Okay. Nah. Okay, I'm trying to figure out who the fuck is Sneeze. Sneeze, are you in this garage group? Which one is Sneeze? I might have to go back and forth. Now I don't want to leave this room now that I feel like I got a setup going on, but what if I needed back in Johnson? Okay. Okay. I'm a retard. I'm the king of the special ed class. I'm the king of the crazy straws. I'm taking a. Do you know how much Casey propaganda we can make? About white people? We could make a video about like, so you're a fat 40-year-old, you're a fat middle-aged white woman that sits in Facebook groups. And it's like an infomercial about how to get your life in check because nobody wants to hear the bullshit that's coming out of your stupid mouth on Facebook comment sections. And then 7 of us at once could all send her the link with her picture. So you're an old drunk man that sits on Facebook all day. And you take time out of your life to bring up a bunch of bullshit like immigration, spouting, whatever makes you feel seen, in groups of people that generally ignore you. What if, and hear me out, what if you just fucking stopped? What if, for the first time in your life, you're really committed to change? You've been going down this road for so long that's led you to saying shit that nobody cares about on the internet. Do your kids talk to you? What if it's not real? And then a bunch of like the like Blair Witch style with the tons of propaganda style, like the old like flat like schizophrenic flashes of all the different satanic Bohemian Grove proof and Masonic orders and indigenous people that were raped, and the order that goes back to the Freemasons. And then it says like society was created to farm you. Wake up, wake up, wake up, you're stuck. It's time to make a change. It's time to make a difference. Join us, join us, join us. And then he joins, and then there's a paywall, $45. No, but it's fasting, sunlight, probiotics. Put the light in your body. Wake up your inner nervous system. Get the sunlight. Take omega-3s, probiotics. Fast, and then an animation of when the sugar gets depleted, the body goes in and eats the cancer to supercharge, and then the sunlight comes in and gets you big muscles, and you become a glowing beam of light. And then an anime, like the Portal 2 style animation of walking into a Walmart, and then you have a light, and then all the other people, and they're like, those people aren't doing the work that's necessary to survive. They're slowly going to get eaten by the AI. Don't mind them. Continue on. Do your mission. Know what you have to do before you have to go there. Slowly learn how to incorporate both so that you can just embody a good time, so that it doesn't affect you. And then go hug trees so that your vibrational frequency and the energy rubs off on nature, and the collective consciousness of nature gets to know who you are. Feed the animals. Make them happy. Give them enjoyment. And the earth will sing glory in your name. But really, I mean, at the end of the day, I really just want to animate maybe my life story, because I've got really cool stuff. I've got so much really cool stuff that's happened to me that I wanted to put into a TV show. An animated series and I have animated series I want to make. Like one of it's really futuristic and one of it's medieval fantasy. And then I have my life, which is like both in between. And then I have tons of music videos I want to make with actual film, like actual cameras. But time is running out and it's of the essence. So I was like, oh shit, the best way to do anything is to just make the journey. So I was gonna just do it as I go and slowly evolve the art as we continue. But now we're at a point where 2025 is here. So I'm gonna have to run around on adventures and do things. I was thinking if I got like a Neo drone, like a drone that could follow and record, and then I just keep, every time it stops and it runs out of space, I have like at like my trailer or something, where I bring like 6 SD cards with me, do a day of recording, and then just dump it all into the computer and then go back out. And that's how I can consistently figure out how to document every day when I eventually have to go back out into the war. But we have 89 days until this spring. So it's plenty of time to get buff and get a 6-pack. Not drink soda. So that guy's name is Nibson. Shout out Nibson. Okay. I'm stressing. Okay. Oh, patience. It's all patience. That wouldn't be a cool poster. But that was Nibson. He was an OG Discord member. You got an embroidery machine? Holy shit. Holy shit. Larry, we could make cross patches with wings, mail them to Heather. Heather sells them. Supercharged merch. Supercharged merch with symbolism that inspires. Supercharged merch with symbolism that... Okay, we're no sleep tonight. I'm not sleeping. I'm staying up. I mean, what I wanted, I don't have a computer. And I'm going to have to keep switching off this charger. Larry's got an embroidery machine. But, okay. So this woman downstairs is really one of the nicest people I've met. She does landscaping, but I don't know if you guys were there when she was talking, but she just had a bunch of surgery done. And she's having trouble walking, and she's trying to run a landscaping company up here. So she wanted help making advertisements and getting people involved that want to work, that she would pay to do landscaping. And we already have down in West Virginia. Is Heather here? Is Heather asleep? Who is in the chat? Is it just my parents? All right. They don't have a website or anything. That would really help Brian, I think. Heather here, her husband, is a very, very devout Christian man. And he started to make content. He live streams on Facebook to 200 people now. And he's pretty cool. There's a guy that wants to put me in the cast because I changed my profile picture. And nobody liked it, but it's okay. I don't care about that. I probably need to sleep, but not soon. But yeah, I want probably a Neo drone or something. What was I doing? Oh yeah, merch. I don't know if he wears... We really need Heather for that. We need Heather. Because I have to ask her about... I was also trying to do... I've been adding people on Facebook that do pred catches. There's like I didn't realize there's a whole network on Facebook that's devoted daily. Like it's their whole movement. There's like a giant movement of people on Facebook that work as decoys, and they do it for free, where they're trained on how to pretend to be 15 to catch predators. Like this guy's got 2.3K followers. He catches predators online and turns them in for evidence. So I've already put him on to a couple people. So he's trying to extend himself out to Vermont, and he's slowly growing out this area. Or she, whoever it is. And people are still talking shit. So basically, my hometown is literally just rallying to take money away from human services. The voters of the town of Brattleboro advised Representative Town Meeting to authorize human services funding in fiscal year 2026 for upcoming budget year and the future budgets. So they're rallying to do all this. And 2026 is the start of the next zodiac cycle. Oh shit, never announce your moves before you make them. My AI My AI is warning me. My AI is warning me how to act. My AI is paying attention to what I'm saying on YouTube and is giving me memes on Facebook that apply to my situation. We're waiting for Heather to pop in. Is she asleep? We got to ask Heather about her husband. But patience. But yeah, there's definitely a market for people that need things like an embroidery. Larry, isn't an embroidery machine like $4,000? How much did it cost you to get that? Because look, if I look up patches, I don't know, man. Money scares me. I don't want to end up like rich people. I don't want to end up like the people I've been talking shit about for months. So we're looking for, let's just look up cross patches. Oh, they're only charging $1.48 for these. But that's a more count. That's for $12. Archangel Michael. A single patch is only $1 plus shipping. It's crazy because it's hard to make them. That's dope. Just made silly cash shirts. Yeah. I don't know, there's a market in it. Let's look up, what was that type of t-shirt that the other person mentioned? Whatever, I'll do oversized t-shirt. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be announcing it in the live stream. I think this is the look I'm going for. If I were to make merch, it wouldn't be like this oversized stuff, but it would be like the way that fits, with more emphasis to make the shoulders puff up a bit more. And then you see how the back with the chest pocket. Boxy, that's what I'm saying. You know what you're talking about, man. And I don't. Stuff like that would be cool with my designs or our designs. There we go, yeah. Boxier. Whatever you would call it. That would be epic. And then something screen printed. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but I want in that chest pocket area some type of version of a no trespassing sign. It could be really cool. I also have, I think this is pretty cool. The way that I talk about life and art are symbiotic. My main op in my hometown that's for homeless people that I'm only really mad about because he started spray painting his logo over my green hearts. So in the town of Brattleboro, there's tons of empty walls full of no graffiti. But this 40-year-old guy was putting his logo over what people were putting for me. Like, there was a big green heart movement where everybody was spray painting the green hearts because somebody, my ex-girlfriend, spray painted one in the center of town for me, right in the where at that big intersection on Main Street. So this has been popping up around town, and nobody knows it's for me. But on this guy's channel, he recorded. Look at that, life imitates art. So there's no trespassing, and then somebody spray painted a bunch of blood around it. And then there's a bunch of art of people watching. And then there's the green heart that's blocking the blood from seeping, the red darkness from seeping into everything. But yeah, if you wanted to make like green heart with wing patches, not the halo. So like whatever you think would be cool for wings, it doesn't have to be this, but then keep the halo to make my tattoo special. Don't put the halo in. Just a green heart with wings. Maybe the halo or something, and then we'll turn mine into a crown or something cool. Or we'll just put it out there for everybody, I don't know. Those patches on the, like if I made a hoodie to put it on the sleeve right there, like wearing your heart on your sleeve, or like a small one like this. A small one just like on the cuff. I can't show you, but like there. That'd be cool. No trespass signs. Something like a cool crow that's got like, you turn the saturation up on the crow so that it's red. So that there's like red highlights in the black. Let me get, I can do that from this phone. Shit's got me anxious. I have to focus and actually perform. Crow art. Not menacing enough and not simple enough. I just want something like this. A simple crow. Let's do creepy crow art. No, there's dark crow art. That'd be pretty cool for like a under the shoulder, so like the side of the arm. So the branch comes up on the tricep. Below the shoulder and no moon. That'd be dope. But like just to show you, doesn't necessarily have to be this. Because there's that one below it that's really cool. And then, I don't know, maybe I should put it together myself. I don't know. City Dweller. It's probably got to be a team effort. And I would just share the profits. God, it sucks. I know other people are talking to me and they expect me to be normal. And I don't respond, and I'm always sort of like out of whack to what they're expecting. So it's like every time I talk to normal human beings, it's like a big letdown. But I'm not a bad person. So with that woman, I think that she was like, it's off-putting. Okay, saturation. Tint. Temperature. All right, it didn't work. But you know what? I think I have a picture of Mark somewhere. I have a picture of my cat that I did it to. I was able to make like the gradient of the shadow be that sort of hue red. It looked a little like static, like when you open your third eye a little bit and you see that there's like that weird sort of static in everything. I don't know if I'm the only one that sees that. That's what I would do. I got black, I got white, what you want? I'm really about to blow, whoa, whoa, I ain't done. They try to take the flow, I take their ass for ransom. My business. Yeah, maybe, I don't know why I'm stressing. Why am I stressing? And where's my picture of Mark? Where's my fucking Mark picture? It's all gonna work out. Let it all work out. Let it all work out. Let it all work out. Mark is not here. Mark is on my Facebook, I think. God. This higher level of accountability I've reached by pushing past my limits is now waking me up to all of my behavior and is making me realize how other people see it. But there's beauty in that, even if it's embarrassing. The fact is, I don't think I ever cared about what they thought in the first place. You know what I mean? Where's my picture of Mark? Where's my angry Mark picture? I have a picture of Mark when he's angry. We can make some Mark merch. I've got a bunch of stuff in the chamber I want to work on, but I think I have to keep it secret from my parents and all the people that don't support that watch. Nope, no Mark merch, or no Mark picture. Where the fuck is my Mark? Maybe it's on Google Images. I also have this. I'll post that tonight. I think I have another one. I'm really about to blow. Whoa, whoa, I ain't done. Alright, good night, bro. I gotta go to sleep too. I gotta figure out what I'm doing. Shit, we could design. Let's get Randy into this. Because I've got someone that's very talented with making jewelry that wants to make clothes up in Morrisville. Yeah, we don't have a Mark picture here. It's in my Google Photos. Alright, hold up. Seven percent. I am the one you son don't need a gun to get respect upon these streets. It's scary, man. It's like the harder I work, the less I feel my art. I get a notification for a tarot reading that says, "Oh, you about to be rich. Justice will always prevail. Karmic hitting rock bottom." All of my tarot readers have shifted, and they all started following the same narrative that my life is going. So I can only assume that it's a collective thing that's happening to many, many people. We're going to find a Mark picture, and we're going to make it merch. And we're going to just survive the next 2 days until the 1st. And then I will be able to survive the next 2 days. Let it all work out. What am I doing? Okay. I wonder, I don't think anybody from when I invaded Matan's Facebook or his comment section, I'm not sure if any of them are still around. Let's see if we have a Mark picture. I'm going through my Google Photos. I don't know how to access my Google Photos other than trying to change my profile picture. It pops up. I know I have a Mark picture somewhere. I've seen it. I've seen exactly what I'm talking about. I said too much. I shouldn't be sharing my ideas. I should be setting up the means for us to make things instead. Because then it gets passed around in telephone and then nothing, we don't get anywhere with it. I'm so excited for my album. It's going to be tough. I don't know where else it could be. I mean, it could be in the group chat. Sometimes I'm a sad guy. Why the fuck does Caitlin Winchester keep popping up on my suggested friends and my suggested messages of who I should talk to? Every time I open Facebook, I can't escape this person that I've never spoken to, other than once, I think. And then one time I messaged her that I was disappointed in her for supporting the abuse of the families of homeless people under the guise of cleaning up the streets through Planet Hank. And she went, hashtag Team Hank. And I said, I'm disappointed in you. You bandwagoner. You bandwagoner. And then I'm pretty sure Morgan got featured and she stopped commenting when she found out that her family's not exempt from the abuse. And I don't even hate the guy. I don't give a fuck about Hank. I just am mad that he spray painted over my green heart when there was room everywhere. I'm gonna have to go through the group chats to find this picture of Mark. Mark. Man, I've been sitting here and I used to imagine what it would be like to have a girl with me here and to like hang out with a girl. And it just seems like a lot of work that I don't really care to do. Is that growing up? I don't long for anybody's company anymore. I'd rather just be weird. I stopped caring about getting a girlfriend. I'm just proud that I'm not who I was in 2019. I've come so far. I think back about the type of shit that I was doing and like how I talked to girls, and happy about how I turned out. Regardless of what happens. I came a long way. Let it all work out. 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 God, I used to blow people up with my angry schizo ranting. A lot of people have tried to kill me. I'm going back. If Nate's here, I'm going back and reading the old group chat. I was mad and I was going through a lot, and I was not happy with the way that everybody was treating me because of what I learned about a new perspective I'd learned from suffering. I demanded more from people that people weren't able to, either they weren't able to recognize or they just weren't capable of doing it. And I did not want to communicate because I felt like that was stupid. And I don't know. And I also, people, their whole personality and their style, what people would call their energy, really influences me. Like I don't have to speak to them for months, but if I think about them and sort of bring them into my life and my mind, I sort of forget, and then I look back like months later and I'm like, I had completely accidentally adopted their entire personality, trying to find a way to push them away in my mind. Like it's just better if I cut people off and focus on myself. Or else I literally become the people I think about. I'm trying to find this Mark picture, and I'm not finding it. Shit's feeling real weird. Okay. My awareness raises. So there's like etheric energy in the back of my neck comes in, and then I start to hold it and process it, and I become more aware of things. And there's a greater level of accountability that you have when you become more aware of things. That's a little overwhelming. Is that just called pressure and accountability? Let it all work out. I'd rather be an animal, but I'm worried that I will not amount to anything. if I continue to be an animal out in the woods, even if that feels like the right way to live. And this definitely feels like the wrong way to live. It's like society is now weaving me back into it, where I was out with the animals for years. Mark. Maybe my dad. Maybe I sent him an image of Mark. Or maybe he sent me the original image of Mark. You know what I mean? What the hell? Okay. It has to restore the chat progress. Okay. How we feeling? How we feel? How feel? I'm very feel. I have to set an alarm and call. I found it. No, I found pictures of Dakota. Come on. Time can't run out. Mark? An image of Mark, maybe? Perhaps an image of Mark? I'm just yelling at Phoenix. Let it all work out. Let it all work out. Let it all work out. Where the fuck is Mark? Where the fuck is my picture of Mark? Who's in my chat? No. Come on. I'm impatient. It's probably because I'm caffeinated and full of nicotine. That's probably it. It's sort of triggering. It's just triggering what I learned when I was in the city. So everything I picked up when I was living out and going through major cities, it really makes you grow up. You have to hold yourself to a higher standard when you live in cities, so that you don't get ran up on and tricked by people that are doing it a lot better than you. I had a friend that used to come to my house, and I had some weed that I would put in my studio, and he would steal my weed, and he would go into the bathroom, and he would smoke it, or he was trying to hide it from the window where people could see him, and I didn't have blinds, and he was also trying to hide it from the smoke detector. So he would go into the litter box and would smoke it in the litter box. He'd steal my weed and smoke it. I don't know what the fuck to do. It's all gotta be divinely appointed. It's a fine line. Trusting the universe and also being in control of your life and the narrative is a very delicate dance that can end. It's like being a paranoid schizophrenic is level 1. That's just for people that are too afraid to figure it out. Because it's just freedom in the Matrix. Anyone that finds freedom in the old Matrix would seem like a schizophrenic because it's terrifying. and you don't have anyone that can understand you better than yourself. So you can find people that might kind of drop a little hints and clues that sort of guide you down the road, but for the most part, it's up to you. And all I'm saying is that I think the difference between a paranoid schizophrenic, from my perspective, like, people call me a paranoid schizophrenic, and I talk to paranoid schizophrenics, and I've seen them, and I watch videos about them, and I don't feel it. I don't think it's me. I think I'm too stubborn to let go into losing track of common sense. Like, it's more like I raise my awareness to the possibility of things that would be considered schizophrenic delusions. And I hold them, and I find evidence. So I'm not really a schizophrenic as much as I'm a free thinker that chooses to think about things that may be considered crazy. And I found a lot of truth in those things. And I think it's just a scapegoat that narcissists use because they're afraid of what I might become if I believed in myself. Oh shit, maybe I just needed heat. Maybe it's just the fresh air coming in. I don't know, maybe I sent it to this other person. I used to just spam that picture to everybody. Alright, let's set my alarm for 9 a.m. Is it 4:43 in the morning? No, it's 3:16. 9. My clock says 4:44, but it's not 4:44. How the fuck do I set the clock? Press and hold snooze for 6 seconds. It's the 29th, I think. And it is it 3:18? Or is it 2:18? It's 3:18. Big ups on Larry, man. I feel bad. I don't necessarily have the way out right away. Okay. The alarm is set. I don't like the way the manager spoke to me. I don't want to go back out in the cold, man. I knew this was going to happen if I came here. If I didn't stay out in the snow. I was not going to want to go back. You adjust really quickly. And I'm out of food. Oh, you know what I can tomorrow? Maybe I can take that $10 and go to the Chinese buffet and I'll stuff my face. I need a car. Because they'll let me stay here even if I have a car, but they won't necessarily let me work. So she gave me the option of a program. And I might as well utilize the homeless program to be a success story. Because there's more evidence. We have all this evidence of people that won't hire me because of my hair. We'll do a coin flip. Heads, homeless program, tails, job. Heads. Heads, I'm on the right path. Yep. Yes, sir. So it's not about my work ethic. No one can dispute my work ethic now. You can't combat the fact my soul's gifted. Do I have any food left? I just have jalapenos that I'm not going to eat because I don't have a way to stop the burn. Okay. I feel tired and a little weak because I felt like there was a bunch of energy transfers. And I don't like that. But it is what it is. But I had a dream, I think 3 weeks ago, where I was in this room. So before I ever got here, when I was in the last hotel, I had a dream I was in this hotel, and the energy was different. Now I know that energy is the Aquarian season. And I had a dream my grandfather was telling me to open up a Roth IRA account and start to focus on my banking and get my life in order that way. And I was like, the energy was, I don't feel like that necessarily applies, but I appreciate the sentiment. And then today it felt like the energy of the dream. And then he texted me saying he wants me to live a normal life, in quotes. And the same energy was the same. I don't feel like that applies to me. So regardless of whether I felt like I should be here or not, if I made the right choice or not, I had a dream where I was here. But I've also had dreams where I'm in locations that I don't really remember going to. But the dreams that stick with me, like I have dreams about characters that like in 2021, I had a dream about somebody I'd never met. And then I met him in the middle of 2022. And that's a fact. I had a dream I was in an abandoned house on my old street. And the big hill with the road had turned into a river. And a bunch of my friends were sliding down that river and going down into town, getting swept by the river going down. And I was not going down the river. I was standing there. And then there was a big black guy, fat, with a little monkey next to him, like Donkey Kong. And then he was just sitting there, and I was trying to talk to him, but I couldn't figure out how to communicate. And then a year later, I wound up with a bunch of people that had just gotten out of jail and were in house arrest. And that guy was one of the people, and he had a Donkey Kong tattoo. And I was having trouble learning where they were coming from, because our lives and cultures and beliefs and personalities were so different. I had to adapt to their way of life. So that difficulty speaking was me trying to adopt their culture so that I could see things the way they saw things. So I've had premonition dreams that came true with people that I'd never met, that I meet later. So it's just more evidence that I feel like it's all predestined. I just don't know who the other characters are, because I meet people in my dreams, and then I meet people in real life. And people say the people in your dreams are fabrications of your subconscious mind. So are these people fabrications of my subconscious mind? And are you fabrications of my subconscious mind? Or are we all going through our personal interwoven simulations? Like I'm a fabrication of other people's subconscious, and vice versa. I don't know, but I'm starting to pass out. Let's see what's on. I can't show you what's on TV because they'll copyright me immediately. We are going to check the group. Opportunities are opening up. Let's see how many subs flood in. I was hoping it would be South Park. I like South Park. It's brain rot. Okay. I'm going to go in a couple minutes. I'm just going to check the Discord one more time. We've got people that do animations. Invite Nibs into the garage, fam. You can sleep tonight. If you This is the merch my audience designed. Reduce themselves to products instead of people to be truly understood and loved. Let's make a couple. Let's make a few. Very saturated. Yeah, when the... He sees a red dot grid is almost static. I see like purple. He's not even here. He's asleep. This is crazy. Life just changed so rapidly, so quick. There's a lot of stuff that we have the potential to do now. I just have to figure out. I'm thinking a golden crow. Like a crow with golden outlines on the chest pocket, on the chest. And then some type of shoulder design on like a boxy, oversized t-shirt. And then I have a bunch of thematic sort of like... I've got designs, fam. I need my computer now. And my computer, this is survive. It doesn't work. The battery burned out. The screen is a little cracked. It's survived hurricanes. I don't even have a charger for it anymore. My external hard drive that I've been trying to hold on to is now up in Morristown, 70 miles away. I'm going to have to figure out what to do with that and where to put it. This has got all my music on it. Yeah, let's turn this off for now and set it up. The alarm's good. You can turn this light on and we'll hang out for a bit, see who pops in. I should have put like homeless in need. I don't know, I don't want to put it like Creole does. I don't even know what Creole means. Creole? Let it all work out. Let it all work out. Bloody hell, mate. Bloody hell. I've been scared to take a shower. I've been scared to, I don't know what conditioner's gonna do to all this. Look at this shit. I can't even get my finger in there. No diddy.